If everybody would head to their seat, we're going to get going here. All right, I'm going to call to order the meeting of the Nevada Board of Wildlife Commissioners for Saturday, January 28th, 2023. And I'm going to ask Commissioner Booth to lead us in the pledge. I'll ask the department to take the roll.
Chair Cavilla,
Here.
Vice Chair Rogers, Commissioner Barnes,
Here.
Commissioner Booth,
Here.
Commissioner East, here. Commissioner Keel, here. Commissioner McNinch, here. Commissioner Walther, here. Commissioner Wise. Here.
And Commissioner Rogers notified us ahead of time that he would not be here today. So would the county advisory boards in attendance please announce themselves?
Paul Powell, Douglas County.
Chrissy Pope, 9.
Worth Nelson Lander.
Jim Cooney, Elko. Bill Cribbs, Virgin. Steve Robinson, Washoe.
And then do we have any cabs on Zoom?
Michael Gerard, Humboldt County. I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Yes.
Thank you.
John Hyatt, Clark County Cab.
All right. Go to agenda item number 11, approval of the agenda for possible action. The commission will review the agenda and may take action to approve the agenda. The commission may remove items from the agenda, continue items for consideration, or take items out of order. Has everybody had a chance to look at the agenda? Questions or comments? All right, seeing none, any cab comment on the agenda? Any cab comment on Zoom on the agenda? Any public comment on the agenda in Reno? Any public comment on Zoom? Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. Go ahead.
Chairman, I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Okay, we got a motion by Commissioner East, second by Commissioner Barnes to approve the agenda as presented. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries 8-0. Number 12, member items, announcements, and correspondence, informational. Commissioners may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. The commission will review and may discuss correspondence sent or received by the commission since the last regular meeting and may provide copies for the exhibit file. Commissioners may provide hard copies of their correspondence for the written record. Correspondence sent or received by Secretary Alan Janay may also be discussed. And as I had mentioned yesterday, we got some correspondence specific to some of the later agenda items, and I believe the department's got all those as well, so. Any other?
That's all we received as well. I think it's the same communications. So we were sharing it back and forth.
Yeah. Any additional member items or correspondence? All right. With that, we'll go to agenda item number 13, County Advisory Boards to Manage Wildlife Member Items Informational. CAB members may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action will be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Any CAB items in Reno?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, for the record, Jim Cooney, Elko Cab. The issue that I'd like to address and our cab would like to address has to do with the gathering of the information from our report cards at the end of a hunt, hunter success, the actual survey of what the hunters are thinking about and what their perception is of the hunts, and to get that earlier than our March deadline. Looking at it, we do have the 31st of January to have the report cards turned in. But I think I'm not sure if the commission could change those dates to like 2 weeks after the end of the season. I think that the cabs, with that information that's coming from CalCamI, I think that information would definitely help in making decisions and bringing proposals forward from the cabs. I think also the biologists would benefit greatly by having that information earlier. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooney. Any additional cab comment in Reno? All right, seeing none. Any cab comment on Zoom? All right. With that, we'll go to agenda item number 15A, Commission Regulations for Possible Action, Public Comment Allowed. Commission Regulation 2304, 2023 to 2024 and 2024 to 2025 big game seasons. Wildlife Staff Specialist Mike Cox, Cody Schroeder, and Cody McKee for possible action. The commission will consider and may take action to approve the 2023 and to 2024 and 2024 to 2025 hunting seasons and dates for mule deer, pronghorn antelope, elk, bighorn sheep, and mountain goat, including limits, hunting hours, special hunt eligibility, animal sex, physical characteristics, hunt boundary restrictions, and legal weapon requirements, and emergency depredation hunt structure and statewide quota.
Good morning. Good morning. For the record, Cody Schroeder, Staff Specialist, Department of Wildlife. So I'm going to be starting us off this morning with some of our big game seasons with antelope. If it's up to the commission how you guys want to tackle these, we have quite a few seasons, obviously. But if you want, we can just start from the top of the agenda.
Yeah, I think kind of like we've done in the past, we go through each species, right? Let's look at antelope, then just work your way through it.
That works for me. So I didn't prepare like a presentation or anything, but I'll just kind of give a briefing. I do have the CAB recommendations available for display if you want, but I think you all have a copy of them in front of you. So if you'd prefer, you can just look off that. Generally speaking, on antelope, we didn't have a ton of changes this year. The primary ones we're looking at is changing that muzzleloader season in a few units to an earlier season structure, primarily to try to improve hunt success and adopt that early hunt season structure, particularly in some of these units where we have a horns shorter than ears hunt right before those animals get a lot of pressure and they get pretty scattered. And then we are recommending a new hunt in 115. It's a special boundary hunt centered around the Great Basin Ranch properties. And the primary objective of that hunt is to alleviate crop depredation. We see quite a few antelope out on those fields, and we've been working with the landowners to try to come up with a solution. It's Southern Nevada Wild Water Authority property. They are not eligible for the landowner comp tag program. And this was basically the best solution we could come up with, working with those landowners for a recommendation to try to put some pressure on those antelope. And that's really all we have for changes for the antelope seasons.
Anybody have any questions on the antelope hunts? Just out of curiosity, I know the Great Basin Ranch properties, I think like on the elk depredation hunt, they'll allow access. Like if you ask the ranch manager, are they going to plan to do the same on this hunt as well?
Yeah, so what we'll do, more than likely, it'll be structured very similar to what we had with the Baker Ranch hunt a few years ago. We'll send out a letter to tag holders. It'll have a map on it with the special boundary. It'll have a contact on there for the ranch property, and yeah, there'll be a rules of what not to do and then they have to contact the ranch and, organize that with them.
All right, any questions or comments on the antelope hunts? All right, seeing none, any cab comment in Reno on the antelope hunts?
Joe Krim, Persian Cab. What I was gonna say is we had some season date changes for the muzzleloader and for the archery dates, and we approved those seasons as the commission our biologist had presented. So we like those dates. I know there were some other comments from another county that didn't like it, but we do. Thank you.
Any additional cab comment in Reno? All right, seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom?
Go ahead, Michael.
This is for the record, Michael Gerard, Humboldt County. We, for that muzzleloader season, we felt it took away the time for the archery hunters. And so we were wanting to know if you guys could figure out, put that muzzleloader hunt in a different time frame. And then also for the rifle hunt for 2151 and 2251 in units 041 and 042 to go back to a single season instead of having that split season. That used to be one of the best antelope hunts in the Western United States. And ever since we split it and we have too many tags in each season, now it's not the same anymore. So we'd like to see it go back to what it was, to that fantastic hunt. Thank you.
Additional cab comment on Zoom? Okay. Any public comment in Reno? All right, seeing none. Any public comment on Zoom? No. Okay, we'll bring it back to the commission specific to the antelope hunts. I guess, what are your guys' thoughts on Lander's comments?
For the record, Cody Schroeder. So, I mean, we're not married to that season structure. Honestly, it's just, we threw it out there because we got quite a few complaints about some of the muzzleloader hunters coming after that horn shorter than ears. So we thought we'd try the other season structure. Those are in our management objectives. We kind of have two options there. And, when we looked at the data, some of the other hunts that we've had for a while, that earlier season has a little bit higher hunt success. And so we just thought we'd try it to try to improve the hunt success. So, but yeah, I mean, there's no real biological, meaning to it. It's just trying to improve the hunt.
And what about their comment on the split between 041, 042? I would assume that was split to spread the tags out, right? So they all weren't in there.
Yeah, so that we've had that that was from Humboldt, I believe. We hadn't really even discussed that, so I haven't even had time to really process it. We've had it that way for a long time, and yeah, it is designed to spread out the pressure a little bit. I mean, the quotas in those are pretty low, but we could always address it with the quotas as well if there's a perception or a crowding problem.
Everybody's still half asleep this morning, I think. I guess what are our Commissioner Keel?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, it seems like we've got, kind of conflicting counties wanting to do different things here, but I think for me, I'm clear to, go forward as the department has it presented. It sounds like the Pershing Cab is in favor of what they want to do. I know the Lander County has a different view, but at this point, I'll move to approve Commission Regulation 2304, 2023 and 2024, 2024 and 2025 big game seasons respective to the antelope as presented.
Okay. We've got a commotion again. A motion by Commissioner Keel, second by Commissioner Barnes to approve the antelope hunts as presented. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries 8-0. We'll move on to elk.
Good morning, Chairman Cavilla, members of the commission, Cody McKee for the record. Let me scroll up to our first elk season. So like Mr. Schroeder, I don't have a PowerPoint presentation today. I think the supplementary materials that we submitted be good for an overview of the changes that we made. Just to give you guys a sense of where we're at. So we did make several changes to seasons for all the sexes and weapon classes. These changes are proposed so that we can continue to manage our elk herds consistent with local subplans, our our game management objectives, as well as address depredation issues and also just provide new or alternative experiences to bull hunters. I do want to direct your attention to our wilderness hunts. This is applicable to one of the comments that we received from Nye County. So I inadvertently excluded showing that our wilderness hunts were closed. They're just not included in this CR, our wilderness hunts for cow elk. By not providing them, the assumption is that they're just not being offered this year, but I should have shown that. And I wanted to explain why we made that decision. So these wilderness hunts are a super effective tool at managing our elk herds, cow elk especially, particularly when we have a lot of elk on the landscape. They're abundant, we're over management objective. They attract a different kind of hunter. They're backcountry hunters that tend to experience much higher success than the standard hunters in the field because they want to get into the wilderness, they want to get away from roads, and they want to chase elk. But in doing so, because there's higher success rates during wilderness hunts, the demand success formula causes quotas year over year to incrementally go down if we consider that the population is stable, below management objective, and we're not trying to remove a large amount of elk from the population. So with the standard cow hunts, the lower success rates means that we tend to be able to offer a few more tags. And so by closing those wilderness hunts, what we're effectively doing is adding more tags, more opportunity, because we will be able to achieve that desired harvest, but with a few more tags in the field. So that's the purpose of closing those wilderness hunts. I think there might have been a misconception that in doing so we were going to lose opportunity, but we're actually trying to add opportunity during a time where, given the status of our elk herds, there's not nearly as many elk tags to go around today as there were 5, 6, 7 years ago. So with that, I'm happy to walk through the remaining seasons and changes if there's any questions from the commission for me.
Any questions on the proposed elk hunts? I don't see any. We do have some cab comments, but I'll take it out for cab comment first, and then we can go over those. Any cab comment in Reno on the elk hunts?
For the record, Chrissy Pope, Nye County. I'm just going to point
or talk about the wilderness hunt, since that's what you just spoke of. Last year, we issued 2 tags for that wilderness hunt. I mean, on our late cow hunt, we don't have the survey cards, but we do know that the amount of elk killed on the late hunt, because we're not getting huge storms bringing those elk down. So people want to drive the roads and shoot a cow elk. They don't want to hike and hunt too hard for a cow elk. So the last few years, the amount of elk killed, or the cows killed, are nothing. So why not issue a wilderness hunt, give those people another opportunity? It was 2 tags. And to hunt in there, you know, if they want to backpack in there, more power to them. Why are we taking that away from them? You know, it's really not, it's not going to affect the structure or the tables or anything like that, because we're still not killing cows on the late season. So why not continue to give them an opportunity to hike in there if that's what they want to do? And like I said, we didn't see any problems with it. It's another hunting opportunity for 2 tags. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional cab comment in Reno specific to the elk hunts? Okay, seeing none. Any cab comment on Zoom? No. Okay, any public comment in Reno on the elk hunts?
Sean Shea for Washoe County. I just want to thank the state for actually listening, I guess not listening, but listening to the Washoe Cab for a long time. We've been trying to push for that Unit 16 early to go back in the 2-year rotation, and they actually did it now. So I just want to thank them for that, because everybody should be able to experience that rut hunt. It's just, it's incredible. So I just want to thank them for that.
Thank you. Any additional public comment in Reno? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? Okay, we'll bring it back to the commission, and nobody from White Pine, I believe, is here today or on the line, but White Pine had quite a few comments regarding the elk hunts. I think, and the biggest one is they were proposing to split all the 11 units basically. So what are your thoughts on that, Cody?
Chairman Cavilla, Cody McKee again for the record. There were actually quite a few other recommendations from CABs that weren't presented today. Okay. I'm not exactly sure how the commission would like the department to present those to you. Do you want me to present the alternative recommendations from the CABs?
Yeah, I guess, we could, the Clark was, I'm looking here, the Clark is, they just wanted to really define the hunt boundaries, right? Those.
Yeah.
Elko did, right, we could just go down the list. So Elko asked about splitting 078 and 107 from the other 10 units.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have them listed here.
Let's just get your thoughts on it.
Yeah, so let me address a couple of comments first. So, Ms. Pope from Nye County, the wilderness only cow hunt isn't something that we're gonna dig our heels in. If Nye County would like to keep it, that's totally it's fine to keep. I would point out, if you have a standard cow hunt, you can still backpack into the Table Mountain Wilderness. There's not a distinction between the two. It does seem like having that label on the season, wilderness only, again, just attracts different types of applicants. So in her example with the 2 tags that we issued last year, we may be able to issue 8 standard regular cow tags that would be good for all of Area 16, not just the wilderness area. And that's kind of the point I was trying to make, is we can add a little bit more opportunity. You can still go into the wilderness area, but I understand the point that they're making. I'd also just, I appreciate Mr. Shea's comment on the archery, or the rotation of the Area 16 archery hunt. I think that's going to be a really cool experience, and we did tweak the structure just a little bit so that archery hunt is going to be the first first bull hunt in all of 16 this year, which is the first time we've done that. So if you're lucky enough to draw that tag, it's going to be a really cool experience. With respect to Elko Cab's recommendations on splitting 078, 105 to 107, the department supports that recommendation. In fact, I think they talked with Scott Roberts, the area biologist, about doing so. That allows us to be more surgical in how we allocate our desired harvest from within those particular hunt units. There was a suggestion from White Pine to split the Area 13 any legal weapon bull hunt into an early and late. Again, that's not a change that the department is particularly concerned about. I would just add the caveat that because right now it's a single season, a single approximate 2-week season without a late season structure, that gives us a little bit more flexibility during our postseason deer flights so that we're not inadvertently flying over bull hunters. By adding that late season to it, it kind of starts to box us in a little bit more in our flexibility to fly. But that's a challenge that we've been dealing with for decades, and we can be adaptable to that if that season structure is adopted. With respect to the splitting of Area 11 to or 111 to 115 for our bull hunts, that's a change that we just can't make. And the reason is the implementation of our incentive tag program. If we started splitting 111 to 115 into individual units, it has a cascading effect on where those incentive tags are valid for, and it would greatly undervalue certain incentive tags within that unit group currently being issued, and it would dramatically increase the value for others. I don't think that's a change that we want to make without receiving input from the individuals that are currently enrolled in that program. There was another suggestion from White Pine County to close spike hunts in Area 11. I don't think that it's necessary to do that, to be honest. This last season, going to Mr. Cooney's comment relative to our harvest questionnaire, we still have a little bit of time left, but approximately 80% of spike hunters have reported that had that tag in the unit group. So 33 out of 40 tag holders, 5 spikes were harvested out of that unit group this year. Now, granted, there were some challenges on the landscape with respect to access and getting out in the field and people being able to get around, particularly in the late season, and that probably influenced the resulting harvest levels. But that's 5 spikes out of what we estimated to be about 200 spikes for this August population model. And then also we believe there to be around 1,200 bulls in the entire population. So 5 yearling bulls probably isn't having a long-term detrimental effect on the age structure. I have a presentation from a few years ago where we simulated spike harvest within this Area 11 herd and could show how that is carried out if the commission would like to see that. But I don't think that the current harvest levels are intensive enough for there to be a long-term effect on availability of mature bulls in this population. We've discussed the wilderness-only cow hunts, and then also another recommendation that Nye County made was to not close the Unit 251 depredation cow hunt, which the department had recommended the closure for. The department is supportive of Nye County's recommendation. We suggested closing that hunt because I think we've had 1 successful hunter out of 5 years, and we've issued a minimum of 10 tags over that time. It just started to feel like it was a unicorn hunt, for lack of better terms. But if the CAB is supportive of it, we're open to leaving that hunt in place. And I think those are all the changes that I saw coming from the county advisory boards.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the commission? Everybody's still sleeping. I mean, myself personally, I don't I don't have a problem, and like, especially hearing that the department didn't have a problem with splitting the 10 units that Elko had recommended. Pulling 078 and 107 into its own unit group. It's just gonna cascade through. We've got to capture it on all the different hunts. I don't have a problem with the spike hunt myself at all. And I agree on the 11 hunts. I think trying to make that massive of a change right now is unwarranted myself to do something like that. I do know, last go around in Area 12, we did an early and a late, and I, just from hearing from guys in the field, they felt that made that a little better to spread the pressure out. So me personally, I don't have a problem splitting 13 either, but those are my thoughts. I see what everybody else thinks. Commissioner Barnes.
Yeah, I guess I would support Elko's recommendation as well. Elko, that's something they want, and the department's good with it, so, and everybody's good with it. There's probably something to that, especially where they can be a little more surgical, as Cody said, in their harvest, so I would definitely support that.
Additional questions or comments? Or a motion? Or
I'll try this. Oh, wait, no. Are we accepting the Elko Cab's recommendations? I may not be the best person to do this at the moment.
I can,
You
I
wanna
can
try
take a
it?
stab at it.
Would you like to go cat, bull, cow, do a recommendation for our antlered tags? There's a couple changes there. Or do you want to try and do
Or
them all
maybe
at
let's
once?
walk through it really quick so we make sure we capture it.
Yeah.
So the resident elk antlered, any legal weapon depredation hunt, I believe we are gonna leave that as is, that's what I understand. Okay. The resident elk antlered, any legal weapon hunt, 4151, we are gonna split 078 and, is it 078 and 107 out of, into its own unit group and leave the remainders together?
That's for the antlerless hunts.
Or, let's see.
That
Is it just the antlerless? or-
Yeah, it's just the antlerless and the spike hunts. And it's only the early season on that. The late season unit grouping will stay the same.
Okay, then I'm glad we walked it back, 'cause- okay.
So for antlered elk, Commissioner or Chairman Cavilla, the change that I currently have is splitting 108, 131, and 132 into an early and late for the rifle season, and that's for resident and non-resident.
Okay.
And then the next proposed change was for spike elk. And again, the department doesn't believe it's necessary to close those seasons. We think we can continue to provide a little bit of opportunity with conservative quotas. But again, it's at the commission's discretion to decide to leave those as is or close them. And that was for 111, 112, early and late, 113, early and late, and 114, 115, early and late. For antlerless, any legal weapon, the recommendation was specific to 078, 105 to 107, and 109 early. The Elko Cab had recommended splitting the early season into two different unit groups, one being 078, 107, and the other unit grouping being 105, 106, and 109. That was for the early season only. That would also apply to the non-resident hunt. And I walked back my comment on spike. That also applies to the early spike season for that unit group, 078, 105 to 107 and 109. We also had Nye County's recommendation to add a 162 wilderness-only cow hunt for the rifle season, running October 1st to October 20th. And then the last recommendation was not closing the antlerless depredation hunt in Unit 251.
And then I guess my thoughts too on the, I personally don't have a problem getting rid of the wilderness hunt. Like you said, if a guy if someone wants to draw that tag, they have the opportunity to go hunt in the wilderness. It's kind of my thoughts on that. And I agree that if that success rate in 251 is so low, one elk in the last 5 years, I agree, that's a unicorn hunt. So those are my thoughts at least. All right, I'm going to take a stab at a motion. We'll see. Yeah. And you can correct me if I screw anything up, Cody.
I will.
So, okay. I'm going to make it, so I'm going to make a motion to approve the elk hunts as follows. So any legal weapon depredation hunt 4102 as presented. Any legal weapon hunt 4151 as presented with the change on hunt unit 108, 131, 132. We're going to break that into an early and a late hunt. Non-resident elk, any legal weapon hunt 4251 to make the same change on hunt unit 108, 131, 132. Resident elk antlered muzzleloader hunt 4156 as presented. Non-resident elk antlered muzzleloader hunt 4256 as presented. Resident elk antlered archery hunt 4161 as presented. Non-resident elk antlered archery hunt 4261 as presented. Resident elk spike any legal weapon hunt 4651 as presented with the noted change on unit group 107, or we're going to break unit group 107 078 to 107 into its own group, and then 105 and the remaining 10 units on the early hunt into its own unit group. Correct?
Yeah, it would be 105, 106, 109. That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
With the season date September 21st to October 4th.
Correct. Okay. Resident elk antlerless, any legal weapon hunt 4181. We'll make that exact same unit group change in the 078 through 107 unit group, and then the 105, 106, 109 into its own unit group on the early hunt with this matching September dates, start dates. The non-resident elk antlerless, any legal weapon hunt 4281, make the same unit group changes. Resident elk antlerless muzzleloader 4176 as presented. Non-resident elk antlerless muzzleloader 4276 as presented. Resident elk antlerless archery 4111 as presented. Non-resident elk archery 4211 as presented. And then resident elk antlerless any legal weapon depredation hunt 4107 as presented. Did I get it? All right. Does everybody understand that motion? Yeah. Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you.
We'll go to sheet. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mike Cox, Bighorn Sheep and Mountain Goat staff biologist. And it's great to be here. And hopefully we'll get more engagement from the other commissioners on Bighorn Sheep. I'm going to run through our rationale for several of our season changes for Bighorn Sheep and Mountain Goat. And then we can get back to individual hunts. So starting with, actually starting with an overall message that actually spoke about in our podcast a couple weeks ago. Many of our bighorn herds have declined, the drought, disease, even lion predation over the last few years. And some of those declines manifested itself in hunter success, lower average age. And so I'm definitely foreseeing a quota decline come May. And I've always told our folks we need to think hard about seasons that will accommodate the quotas, because seasons come first. So some of the seasons changes do reflect the likelihood that we're going to see those declines in quotas in May. So, and I'll try to point out a few of those as we go through. I didn't always show everything that was eliminated from 2022 in the season table, so I'll try to talk about those. First one is Area 16, Mount Jefferson. We are proposing to add a early season archery hunt, which is going to affect the other seasons. And so for the rifle hunt, we would start a little bit different dates for the early to try to accommodate that. And then I've been thinking about it for a long time. Many others have. The late season that starts November 20th, it can be pretty rugged. And sometimes the weather isn't harsh enough to drive all the rams off the top of Mount Jefferson down to lower elevations, but yet it can be brutal enough to keep the hunters from getting up top. So we're suggesting an earlier season that would start October 21st and finish up December 1st. Certainly, there's always that opportunity for an early snowfall to create havoc, but I think year in, year out, I think it's going to give that late season hunters a little bit better chance and options to hunt high, and then if they have to, they can hunt low through the month of November. 181, which is the Fairview Slate Sand Springs. We obviously, you heard about the Naval Air Station expansion, and pretty much the road that goes through the valley that separates the Sand Springs and Fairview Slate to the east is going to be long-term, where west of that road, including the Sand Springs, will not be restricted by the NAS rules in terms of hunter having to go through classes and check in when they're out there. So, and we've also wanted to try to make sure that we proportionally try to allow for the ram harvest to be somewhat spread between the two mountains. And there's always probably a greater interest to hunt Fairview Slate on the east side of 181. And so if we have we're recommending to split that so that we can manage the Sand Springs with a quota and the Fairview Range and Slate as a separate quota. Same dates. We are going to adopt, we would like to adopt the early season on the Wasik Range as we have on the East Walker River. So both 202 and 204 and a few other units we're suggesting to adopt that earlier season, October 15th. We seem to have issues with some of the sheep distribution changes a little bit, and so we feel like that early season may accommodate that hunt better. We really had a surprise this last year on Lone Mountain and Monte Cristo Range, units 212, 213. Hunters were really struggling to find sheep and to find mature rams. So we had a split. We had an early-late split for both those units. And so knowing that we're going to have tag reductions, we took away that split, and now there's just a single season that we're recommending. And then I had a snafu from the DOD's recommended dates for our South Range, which is 280 and 281. It's not reflected in our recommendations, and it's just a one-day adjustment. They actually gave us the current dates are December 16th through the 31st, and they actually gave us through January 1st to hunt the Spotted Range and the Pintwater Range. So I'll be asking for you to accommodate a January 1 closure. The January for 23-24, the 24-25 is correct to finish January 5th. We did remove the Desert Range, Unit 282. We've been, obviously that was a big issue last year, and we actually informed the hunters early that we could not find mature rams on survey, and there probably was higher ram mortality than normal and probably more likely movement out of the Desert Range, probably back into the sheep range. We flew that again this year and did not find any mature rams on survey in 282. And in support of our partners, primarily the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, we decided just to close 282 as our recommendation this year until we can get consistent information on mature ram availability. The non-resident rifle will reflect those changes. One other change I forgot to bring up is the Clan Alpines, 183. We still have some animals that are rams, particular in that Fish Creek range, Mount Moses, Unit 153, but some of our recent satellite collar data indicates there's no longer, I would say not any movement left, but very little left between them crossing into the Tobins, and there's more consistent movement between Mount Moses and Augusta Mountain. I know Commissioner Keel would appreciate that. So we decided to shift the potential opportunity for a hunter to hunt in Mount Moses and add that to the Clan Alpines 183. So that's 183 and 153. Oh, we also, all right, so now moving on to the non-residents with another challenging hunt we had, which was in the Hot Creeks and South Monitors, which is 162, 163. We decided to close the non-resident hunt, so you will not see that. Our recommendation was to remove 162, 163 from the non-resident rifle hunt. We also deleted, knowing that we're going to need to accommodate our 90-10 split for non-residents, we removed Unit 207, the southeast end of the Gabbs Valley Range, from the non-resident. And then again, you'll see that there is no split for the non-residents for 212 and 213, Lone Mountain and the Monte Cristo Range. Archery, we eliminated 163, 162, just, again, people really struggling to find mature rams in that unit group. But we wanted to add a couple units to that archery hunt. 161 Mount Jefferson, we think it'd be a really high quality, really probably great experience for a bow hunter on top of Mount Jefferson. Early season in August. And we also continue to look at opportunities for archery hunting where we don't have hunters necessarily hunting over water developments or man-made water. So we're asking you to consider the Black Mountains 267, which is basically, they drink out of Lake Mead. I mean, there's one or two springs, but that's pretty much their water source. It is in October, so chances are there's not going to be much demand for water for any of these bighorn herds, so it'll be a more spot stock. And then also the Mormons, recommending the Mormons. So a little bit of background on the archery hunts. Right out of the gate 2 years ago, we had great success. We had 9 tags, 78% success, probably higher than we had maybe expected. Last year was probably more normal, but it was challenging. We had an August rain event that blew up the desert and made distribution a little bit challenging for people that thought they knew where the rams were. We only had 33% success last year on the archery hunt statewide. And just want to put things in perspective, those 9 tags were 3.5% of all resident bighorn tags in the state. So a very small percentage. Versus if you look at the other trophy species, archery makes up 16.5% of elk compared to rifle. And the archery quotas for pronghorn are 17% compared to rifle. So it's a small hunt, and I know there were some alternative recommendations. We will likely just recommend a single tag for every one of these hunts. And so it'll probably be 4 or 5% of the total. And we're also, because of the last 2 years, we never had a non-resident tag at 9, and we'll probably be 8 or 9 this year for archery, that we're recommending a non-resident tag, and that we're recommending to be in Unit 161. And that's August 5 through August 25 for the top of Mount Jefferson. No change in our one-horn ram hunt. We had a good start to that hunt this year. We had 2 rams harvested the first week, but I haven't heard much from the hunters since, and so they have through February 20th. But yeah, the two rams harvested the first week were 12-year-old rams, kind of just hanging, probably not going to survive too long, and they definitely met our criteria of rams that probably have been overlooked, and they're little oddities, but what a cool hunt. So tearing off of that management ram hunt, we're wanting you to consider a little different management ram hunt for the Toyabis. So that's management ram hunt, access limited, any legal weapon hunt, 3172. So a little bit of background. Toyabis has always been a difficult hunt. Moderate population size, moderate to low density, depending on when you're up there hunting. Ton of limber pine, and the sheep don't care about the trees. They'll feed in some of these little small pastures in that limber pine at 10,000 feet. Access is challenging, Arc Dome Wilderness area. And just to kind of put things in perspective, so since 2015, our hunter success has only been 52%. And I've been tracking low hunter success for rifle hunts for a long time, just trying to figure out what's happening, what's wrong, what's limiting people's ability to be successful there. And most of it is just, I think for me, when you look at all of the hunts together, when someone's applying, they think all hunts are created equal. But many of you sitting up there and many of us back here, we know that is not the case. There's a lot of units that are very hard, very difficult, takes a lot of effort, a lot of eyeballs to be successful. And so we have looked at other states, and we're recommending to separate this out so that it garners a little different attention. That, okay, what's going on? This is a separate hunt, same unit that we've been hunting. And we'll put some language definitely in our hunt guide to help people know that this is unique. But this is going to require a lot of extra effort. People need to know that the resources and their mind and their body, they need to be at top of their game to be successful. So we're, I'll just read through the kind of the stipulations. So as with the management ram hunt, it's going to be a separate hunt category. So you could apply for the normal Desert Bighorn ram tags, and then you can also in the same year apply for this. And then we still have, just like many of our seasons, we have that order, the draw order. It's not going to have any bonus points associated with it because it's once in a lifetime. And just as I state NAC, for management ram hunts or for management big game hunts, we don't acquire or accumulate bonus points. And so there's not going to be a waiting period or bonus points. We're looking at a system where we'd have a sub-quota. So in the support material, we're suggesting, for example, a 6-tag quota, but only to have a sub-quota of 2 rams harvested. I'd love to get some feedback on that. There's some pluses and minuses with managing that, especially with getting information back from the hunters on their success, how long it's going to take for them to get back and check in their ram. But so that's kind of what we're thinking. Of trying to get more people out there hunting that area hard, and there certainly will probably be some unsuccessfuls. And we certainly are encouraging, but not requiring them to shoot a mature ram. But we've had that happen along with the low hunter success in the Toyabis. Guys get beat up and they're licking their wounds, and after 20 days they shoot a young ram, 2-year-old ram or something. So we certainly would encourage people to stick it out. And now that there's no kind of repercussions of that affecting your ability to draw a tag anywhere else, it's a separate hunt. So any questions, just go ahead and shoot them out. Just some minor adjustments on the next hunt, the U hunts. We again shifted to accommodate our recommended archery hunt on top of Mount Jefferson. The U hunt in 161 was adjusted to October 1st through the 20th. It was a little bit later, and that also will accommodate that earlier late rifle season for rams. And just a couple day change for the Muddy Mountain U hunt. Certainly, I think tags will be reduced a bit, but we still have a fair number of sheep in the muddies. Obviously, they finally got rain last summer and through this winter, and haven't talked to our Utah counterparts yet if they're going to want to come back to get any sheep. I think they may take a year off. We gave them sheep last late June for their nursery herd. So, and then the non-resident U hunt. So that's the deserts. Any question on the desert bighorn hunts?
I always have questions on the sheep hunt, so I can't help myself. So specifically to the deserts, Mike, I noticed you guys also dropped unit 272, the Golden Buttes. Is that correct? I don't see it listed any longer.
Well, that could be a typo. Yes. That was not necessarily our intentions. So thank you, Chairman Cavilla.
So we'll add the Golden Buttes back in.
Yeah, the Gold Buttes, 272. 272 added to hunt 3151. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, it's its own unit, just 272. Yeah. And then the archery hunt, everybody knows I was not a giant fan of the archery desert hunt. And then when we had that discussion a couple years ago, the discussion was we kind of wanted, from what I recall, we kind of wanted to keep the hunts out of the south where the sheep are married to water. And 267, like you said, you've got the biggest man-made water hole in the state right there. I don't think that one is I don't know what you'd want to call it, a shooting fish in a barrel, but 271, 242, I personally have spent a mountain of time in there. And if we get a dry year on that October 1st day, there's very limited water there. The last couple of years, even this year, a lot of that water dried up. The seeps dried up. One of the springs dried up. The guzzlers are dry. It puts those sheep on. There's only a couple water sources there that those sheep congregate on, and that was kind of our, from what I recall, and on my own personally, that was one of our complaints about having those early archery hunts. I would myself would like to see the Mormons one not on that list personally, but that's my thoughts on that one. And then I do like the 173 north hunt, but like the details of that, the six tag thing is how we work that out. Like the kicker. I mean, if everybody, obviously, you're probably not going to have cell service on parts of that mountain, but you know, do you have to force everyone to get a satellite communication of some sort? I think that's the kicker. Or you do, like I know in what is it, the Montana Unlimited units, you have what is it, like 24 hours after kill or something like that?
Yeah, I think it's 48.
a really short window. Yeah.
Yeah, and there, as I would, talking to my counterparts in Montana, you know, every other year, every third year, there's rams harvested in that window while they're getting that information back to the agency, and they have gone over their subquota. So, and then I would ask just to strike that tag quota and the subquota until we get to the May meeting. But that the structure would be this, we'll set a higher quota and then a lower subquota. And then we'll deliberate with our staff a little bit better to decide what we're comfortable with for numbers.
So those are my thoughts. Does anybody else have any additional comments specific to the desert bighorn sheep? Yes, I have. Commissioner Booth.
Regarding that issue, because of the expense that hunters have to go on any hunt, to be prepared to go on a hunt, and then find out that within the 24-hour period or 48-hour period that it's no longer available. Is that what you're saying? That the quota is 2, but 4 tag holders may be without the possibility of hunting upon notice that the quota has been met?
Yeah, that would be the structure. And so that's why, and Commissioner Booth, I'm glad you brought it up. So we talked both about just having, let's say, 3 tags, normal hunt with 3 tags. We'll accept 3 rams harvested. They can hunt the entire year or entire season dates, versus having this system where we're thinking it's going to be a challenge. You would think that most tag holders, again, it's separate. They're going to do their homework. They're probably going to reach out to friends and family and possibly even hire a guide. So they're going to put some resources to it. And so there could be some folks that could be ready to shoot opening morning, right? And so that is the potential, is hunters may find themselves, which I don't know, it's a challenge, but there could be the two rams harvested by the end of September, and then the rest of the hunters would have to go home.
I like the KISS theory and keeping it simple, and I think this creates more hardship to potential sportsmen than allowing the getting excited for a tag and then being disappointed because the quota has been met. I would rather see just a certain number of sheep tags available, and then that's it. That's my position.
I can respect that. Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you. I wasn't going to say anything until later because, like you, I can't keep my mouth on certain issues. So I was going to save you guys from me too much until later. But you know, I guess what it kind of alleviates some of that concern for me is the fact that you know, they're still eligible for other hunts. So it's kind of like I've kind of lost the term now, but it's like having a little expendable money in your pocket, you know, and you know, you've got an option to spend it somewhere else without really jeopardizing too many other things. So it's a gamble, and people know that going in, and you know, it's a little bit Wild West in that sense, and maybe that's exciting for some folks. I think, like Commissioner Booth was suggesting, there's probably a lot of people who would be disappointed, but maybe there's some folks that are just like, you know, hey, I'll roll the dice, I'll check it, you know, I'll take a shot at it. So I don't know. We've got that for the Bears. So
There's no sword for me to fall on this one. I'm just telling you.
No, and this one is, I mean, and I think Mike and I had talked about it a couple years ago. This one is kind of mirrored after Montana's unlimited hunts. Montana does this as well, and it's like you said, it's kind of the Wild West, right? And people really like it too. It's a popular deal, but it's the same situation. It's really difficult up there too. It's really difficult units. The sheep are really hard to find, and this actually gives the people the opportunity to try to hunt those rams, you know. And that, I think that's kind of what Mike's trying to do here with this one. Basically, right? It's kind of mirrored after those Montana unlimited hunts. Casey.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, and I kind of tend to fall along those same lines. I wasn't sure about the one-horn hunts either, but you know, based on your report and how successful that hunt went, I think it's a really good opportunity. I bet those two people that have returned their cards already, harvesting a 12-year-old ram was probably, you know, really important to them and a, you know, notch on their belt. So yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, and I do know one of the tag holders that killed one of those one-horn rams, and I'd seen that ram for 4 or 5 years. I knew nobody had ever killed him until we had this, and it was kind of cool. Kind of sad too, but it was kind of cool.
And just a point also that we have now 2 separate management hunts, and they will continue to be separated in terms of your long-term eligibility. So, you know, the people who drew a one-horn ram hunt this year are eligible for this management hunt in the Toyabis. So we'll have these subcategories of management ram hunts. All right, moving on to California bighorn sheep. We're again licking our wounds for our northern Washoe bighorn herds. We did have reasonable harvest this year, but one of the things I pointed out in the podcast I did a couple weeks ago, and if many of you have seen the checkout summary, the horn length is really low. Boone and Crockett's score was all-time low for California bighorn, along with average age. So it was a tough year, and so it's not just fewer rams, but just fewer sheep. And it's big country. There's a lot of miles between chunks of bighorn habitat, and we just feel like we can't have these separate units anymore. And so we decided to combine 011, 012, 013, 014. So that's 011 is primarily the Massacre Rim, Coleman Rim, Canyon. 012 is the Calico Mountains, High Rock. And 013 is primarily the Hayes Canyon range, and 014 is the Granites. So we're probably not going to we're probably not going to have anything more than 2 or 3 tags recommended for that entire unit group. And I know there was a recommendation to just have 1 or 2 of those units open, but we're pretty confident there's a mature RAM in every one of those units. And yep, it's going to be hard for someone to get around to check them all. It's almost like a PIW hunt. You can hunt anywhere you want, and you got to kind of pick and choose where you're going to go. But I would rather not restrict people from hunting some units. We have. It's not like we're going to have all the tags harvested out of, say, 011, but to give the hunters as big of an area possible to hunt. But it's a challenging hunt, and we probably should put buyer beware. You better have optics, you better have time on your hands, and you better have a long list of friends that you're going to call to help scout. Non-resident California bighorn hunt, we did delete, assuming we're going to have lower quotas and to not have an overabundance of non-resident tags. We removed 012 from the non-resident list of units. Then to our Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep. As far as I know, we have not yet had harvest in 114 Mount Moriah this year. So that would be 2 years now that we haven't any harvest. And it pains us, it's frustrating, it doesn't make any sense. But again, we're all ears, but we felt like we just need to take a break from putting people in a situation that they're going to just get really, really frustrated hunting 2-3 months. I mean, it's a 7-month season. 7-month season, August through February. And people are coming up empty-handed. We are continuing to try to mark a few rams with GPS collars, and we're going to continue to try to do that this winter after the season's over. But even our capture crew wasn't able to find rams last year to hang a collar or 2 on. So anyway, we're recommending that to be closed, maintain the South Snake Range above Great Basin National Park 115, and then add to the general draw the Ruby Mountains 102. So we're excited that the Ruby Mountains are back online for people to draw. And we had a great hunt. Troy Tartaglia was the serviceman that had that deferred, and he had a once-in-a-lifetime hunt. Yeah, that was great. Mountain goats. Things are looking up. Last year we had 14 tags, 3 unsuccessfuls. I don't see us dropping that tag quota any from 14. And so I think we're overdue actually to have a non-resident tag for 90-10 split. We failed to have a non-resident tag last year with 14 tags. So that's what I have for changes from last year, and I do have the list of alternative recommendations from the cabs.
I guess, go ahead, Mike.
Before we allow the cabs, I would like to have Joe Bennett, our regional supervisor, speak to an unfortunate situation we had in our South Range units on the NTTR that we definitely caused some grief for Department of Defense. a little bit of backlash, and so I think Joe can kind of explain what happened and some of the modifications we may make to accommodate that.
Thank you, Mike. Chairman Cavilla, members of the commission, Joe Bennett, Southern Region Game Supervisor for the record. So before I get into the topic of the South Ranges, to Commissioner Keel's comment, we've checked in a minimum of 4 one-horn rams for the management hunt down south already. And then also I wanted to talk a little bit about the 173 North hunt. I know you're going to hear some comments soon about the wilderness boundary being the northern bound. I just wanted to mention some of the data we collected in 2018 through 2020, and we actually collared 7 rams and I believe 11 ewes, where the capture crew saw over 100 sheep up top in that Toyabe Dome country. And I just wanted to mention that like the season structure emulates the season structure that we have now, where we see low hunter success. So I know there may be some concerns that those rams may be a little more accessible. I don't know if that's the truth, because they, in the early parts of that season, those rams are in those bachelor groups where they utilize that high elevation limber pine. And then when they got pushed down by the new year, it tended to be in that 8,500 feet elevation, which if anybody spent any time there from Ophir to Summit where there's bighorn sheep habitat, it's not easy traversing when there's some snow on the ground. I just wanted to mention those couple comments. And then for full transparency as well, Commissioner Cavilla, we also eliminated 244 from the non-resident hunt, and I appreciate that oversight of the 272 season. So I'll provide a little background. I'll try to be succinct, but I suspect it'll warrant more discussion. So I was made aware by the DOD folks about halfway through the hunt that there were multiple violations. So what happened is in 2015, 2016, somebody's emergency point of contact had the bright idea to post a bunch of Instagram posts that they were accessing Pine Water Cave in Unit 281. So it increased the vigilance of the DOD folks on the range. And what happened is there was actually 5 different violations, 4 for going into depleted uranium sites, which is a big deal, and then 1 for taking items off the test site. I would like to mention that the Department of Defense is seeking lifetime bans for those violations, because it's a big deal. That, I mean, if they identified that like depleted uranium went off site, it's a huge liability for the test site, and they would almost have to apprise, I believe they said, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. So this warranted, we have a post-hunt briefing with the Department of Defense every year. And normally it's a little more benign than it was this year, and Mike Scott came down as well. But we met earlier this week, and there's gonna be a few stipulations in place that they're recommending. We're still working on some of the language of what that may look like. But the one that's pertinent to the CR is that on page 15, where the language states that the hunt unit party is 4 plus the hunter, they're wanting to have that same stipulation for down south. And that I think is contributing to some of the, again, with the increased vigilance, and contributing to some of the infractions, because, you know, the Pine Water Spotted Range 280, 281 are very large units, so these guys may have been scattering out, and the hunter may not have even been present during these violations. So I haven't got all the details there, but that language would include the 280, 281 with the hunt party restrictions similar to 252. So instead of saying portions of NTTR, it would just say on NTTR lands with those 3 units. And as Mike mentioned, 282, we are recommending to close that. I've been on those aerial surveys the last 2 years, and exhaustive surveys with less than 40 sheep classified and no mature rams. So it's, the hunter actually this year returned their tag in that unit. I'll gladly take any questions.
So I guess the language on here too, we would need to, in that specific paragraph, we would just get rid of it specifically mentions 252, and we would just adjust that to all of NTTR.
Yeah, I would recommend, because we'll probably add 282 in the future, to mention the 3 units, 252, 280, 281 at this time.
Thanks, Joe, for explaining that. Yeah, we've had some other violations in the past that have caught their eye, but this one was pretty egregious, and they told us in the debriefing to Mike and Joe that were in there at the briefing, that if there's another violation, they will not be supportive of the South Range hunts anymore. So we cannot afford that. We're not going to go down taking it lightly. We're going to certainly plead our case that it's a public resource, but we just need to do a better job and have our hunters do a better job, and the party.
Yeah, and it is a bummer. I've hunted every unit on the MTTR, and you go sit in that class, and they specifically tell you what you can and can't do, and then guys go do it, right? You know, it just surprises me. But Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, I feel like I feel compelled to say, you know, I mean, we talk about legislating ethics and fair chase and compliance. We just had a massive expansion, and we're begging for access to these areas, and then we've got this kind of stuff going on. I mean, what are? It's going to be gone if people don't pay attention and don't pay, self-regulate. And maybe we need to take this up and say if there's any violation of these, that it'll be a lifetime ban in Nevada, period, not just on the range. I mean, how serious is it? It's serious. People are going to lose the opportunity to hunt on hundreds of thousands of acres of land, and we don't know where that's going to end. You know, they're going to be asking for more range expansion at some time. And I mean, how serious are we about saying this is going to stop, and it stops now? One violation, you're done. You'll never hunt in Nevada again. That's how serious it is. I mean, we can play games with it, but at the end of the day, the military, are the ones that are going to dictate what happens here, not us. That's for sure. So, I mean, it's unbelievable to me. I don't know. It's remarkable. A unique opportunity to go into a unique place, and I've never been there. I won't have the opportunity unless I go with somebody, because I don't put in for tags. But it's beyond me how it can happen. So, Commissioner East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike, yesterday we heard that 13 tags, bighorn sheep tags, were in the first come, first serve draw. Do you have any speculation on some of those? Were they in areas that were hard to hunt? Or I don't expect you to know all of it, but can you give us kind of a feel for maybe why people turned in those tags? Were there successful hunters off those tags?
Well, I can tell you that we've always had, I think, one of the higher rates of any other species of big game of people returning their tag. So even before first come, first serve occurred, I would always let my compadres and colleagues know we flushed 9 ram tags down the toilet or whatever it was. So it's probably soup to nuts in terms of the reasoning, just life in general. And maybe they did some scouting and they just didn't feel like it was their cup of tea, or they didn't see what they wanted. Yeah, I don't have, a list, but you know, this was an odd year this past year. Far as I know, first time in my career, and I'm pushing 30 years with the agency, we had a heritage tag holder not hunt for the deserts. I'm not going to get into why. Kind of a interesting situation he got himself into, but so yeah, there was just things happen.
Okay. I didn't know if there was a
And
unit
yeah,
that
they
maybe
were
caused issues or.
all over the page, areas that were fairly easy to access and hunt, good ram numbers, and some areas that we did have a decline in the population, and that probably certainly for some of them was a factor.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Now that we've moved on to Californias and the Rockies and that, I still have more questions, so.
Please, go ahead.
And we've had the cabs comment too, but on the combination of the units, the 011, 012, 013, 014, I guess the concern there is, are we having to combine those units just to justify the tags, if that makes sense? If there's a couple of those units that they no longer can stand on their own to justify having a ram tag in there, is that, if that makes sense, is that why we're combining those hunts? And then the concern is if you have if you've only got one or two mature rams in 011 or 013, and then what if the guys pile on there next year, or the tag holders pile on there and kill those two rams, and then you don't even have the rams in there for the following year? I guess it'd be spread out amongst these units, but I guess the question is, are we combining these just for the sake of justifying a tag? If that
Yeah,
makes
I
sense.
think even though we had harvest in 011 2 years ago, we had harvest in 013 last year, but we're struggling to see on survey mature rams, and so we probably would have not eliminated either of them, but maybe. So I would throw out an alternative is. Most of the folks that hunt in northern Washington know that there's more connectivity between 012 and 014 across Leadville Canyon, for sure. And we do have movement in 011 and 013, both off the Sheldon onto the Coleman Rim Canyon, and then we've even had rams go across Long Valley over to 49er Mountain in 013. And so I think there's definitely the bulk of the population is in 012. But I still feel it's big country, and we classified, let's see here. We classified 2 mature rams and 3 4 to 5 year olds just on survey in the Hayes Canyon. We're typically at 50% detectability, so I would guess that there's double that out there. So I still, maybe consider 011 and 013 with one tag would be something I would throw out, and then 012 and 014 combined.
Okay, and then just to comment that, and you and I have talked about it before, the 114 hunt, it is a bummer, and it's a huge head scratcher. And I actually talked to one of the tag holders Friday or Thursday flying up, and he's got like 30-something days in there, and he went early. He went up on top. I mean, he hunted it. I know the guys last year hunted it, and it is a head scratcher. And I've hunted that hunt myself, and I mean, it's a bummer, but I don't disagree with pulling it for now. And I just hope we continue to try to figure out what's going on over there.
Yeah, we're not going to just walk away. We're going to continue to put resources to it, figure it out, and if we get some information that can help future hunters, we'll reopen it for sure.
Any additional questions or comments? Commissioner Wise.
Yeah, I just want to, before we go out to the cabs, I know they had a couple of comments about this too. So going back to the Desert Bighorn Any-Ram archery hunt, Chairman Cavilla mentioned 271 and 242 and the water situations there, and a couple of cabs mentioned that they didn't like that hunt being added as well. I noticed too that it says here that we don't really know what the mature RAM numbers and distributions are in that unit, so I'd just like to hear a little bit more about why it was added or what your thoughts are regarding the addition of that hunt.
Yeah, so the Mormons is 271. The Clover Mountains and some of the hills that grenade off of that are in 242. And it is just, the star just is 242. We've never had a ram harvested in there, but we know that there's been a few that wander out of the Mormons and go north into 242. And regarding our overall reason to identify this as a potential unit for archery, though we have water developments in there, one of them is not functioning well, and there is, and I wouldn't say an abundance of natural water sources, but it is mostly natural water that they're utilizing. And you're right, and probably not until mid-October would there be a big pull-off from the animals, from the bighorn using those waters. So they're still probably utilizing them. So no sword to fall on the Mormons, 271, if you want to pull it.
Additional questions or comments? Okay, I'm going to take it out for cab comment in Reno.
Steve Robinson, Washoe Cab. I'm at the Washoe Cab. We are strongly opposed to combining all the northern units of Washoe County into one sheep unit. Our big concern is if, like was mentioned, if there's 3 tags issued, if they're not taken in the, in the right unit, if everybody goes to Hayes Canyon or the Granites where maybe easier access, those areas just can't take it. I know our biologist wanted to actually close 011, 013 regardless of what happened. And 014 would be hard to make a point that can sustain more than one sheep. Certainly if there's 012, 014 combined area, most of the hunters would probably choose to hunt 014 just because of easier access and it's an easier hunt. So our suggestion was to keep these separate. Please at least keep the areas separate, not combine any of them. But to close 011 to 013, to close 014 this year, and to only have a season in 012. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chrissy Pope, Nye County Cab. On the 173 North, we had a lengthy discussion on this, this unit. It is a tough hunt, and we do realize that. We weren't quite sure on if it needed to be a management hunt or if we just labeled it as a wilderness hunt so people know when they're applying for the tag exactly what they're getting in for. After, like I said, after a lengthy discussion with our biologist and more explanation, we do support this hunt. Well, I guess not all of us did support it because there is the limitation of cell phone service. So that was a big concern of ours. You know, if you issue 6 tags and 3 people are already in the backcountry, you know, and it takes them 2 or 3 days to get out, you know, what's Endow going to do then, you know? So we do support Endow's recommendations. We do know that it is working for Montana because some of our guides joined our meeting and stuff, and they said that they do go there, and it is a successful tool that they use. So I just wanted to let you guys know that we do support it.
Thank you. Any additional cab comment in Reno? All right, seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom?
Go ahead, Michael.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I'm having technical difficulties. For the record, Michael Gerard, Humboldt Cab. For the desert, we have no comments for the desert. For the California Bighorns, we would not like to see 011, 012, 013, and 014 put into one unit group. We feel it could cause some overhunting, as previously stated by Reno, by Washoe Cab, and it's going to make it difficult for the area biologist to manage this and figure out what he needs to do. So we were thinking just have, if you're going to keep them open, just have one tag for each of those units. And for the goats, we have no comment, and Rocky Mountain, we have no comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional cab comment on Zoom?
Joe Crawford. Go ahead, Joe.
For the record, this is Joe Crawford with the Lyon County Cab. We supported the recommendations of the department, and I know this is at the time to discuss the quota for the desert sheep hunt and the toyabis, but that was a discussion point with us as well as the structure of the tag limit. One of the things that we felt is if there was going to be 6 tags offered and there was going to only be two rams harvested and then the season was going to shut down, it's going to create a situation where people go in and shoot the first ram that they see. I also think that, it doesn't create fair opportunity for tag holders. I think anybody that knows anything about the toyabis knows it's a difficult area to hunt, even not in the wilderness area. It's very steep, rugged. But we would support a quota limit or 3 tags with a quota limit of 3. We feel that provides a better opportunity for the hunters and a little bit better result in the hunt all over. Thank you.
Okay. No additional cab comment on Zoom. I'll take it out for public comment in Reno. Any public comment in Reno?
Sean Shea, Washoe County. I just had a couple things. Mr. McNinch, I think, is spot on. I think this is a serious thing. It really needs to be looked at, and I think you guys need to set an agenda item just for this, to hammer this, because where are you going to draw the line? It's going to screw everybody else that's doing it right. And the other thing was, you'd mentioned 271, 242 for the deserts. I guess I don't have a problem with that because of the water issue. The governor's tags can go start hunting July 1st, right? They could walk in there. Both of them and the Silver State tag could hunt off water too, starting July 1st, if I remember right. So I don't think there's a water issue there. And if there is, just change the dates. Move that to like the 15th or something. Start on the 15th and go to the 15th of November or something. The other thing, I just wanted to make sure in like 173, I think it's a great idea, but I just want to know, like, there's no specialty tags can go in there and start hunting, August 15th and all of a sudden take away from these guys that are doing the special hunt. So I think it's just another thing to look at is the specialty tags in there. And the other thing is I can't support the California Bighorn, the 4 group unit up north. I hunt 014 a lot. And Mike is right. They are very short-horned. There's some older age class rams in there, but they're just, the one we shot last year, I think was 8 years old, and it was like 127 or something. It was pretty sad to see. I think in other units, if there's a problem, they just close them for a while. I think some of these units probably just need to be closed for a while. And 012, I think if you're gonna have a tag, I'd put it in that unit since it is vast. Those sheep used to be really concentrated. Now 012, they are spread everywhere. So it's a little tougher hunt than it used to be. And I think that was it. Thank you.
Additional public comment in Reno.
Mel Belding, Washoe County Public. I want to support the department with the recommended changes and in the Desert Bighorn sheep hunt, ram. I think splitting up 181 is a good idea after the very successful planting that we had after the fire on Fairview Slate. Those rams the sheep in general have really changed the way they use that mountain, both those mountains. I had a tag in 2009. One day I seen 81 rams between the two mountains. But they didn't utilize the east side of that range on Fairview. But after the planting that they had in there, they certainly do now. I do not support the U hunt as usual. I just wish we'd get rid of it. 11, 12, 13, and 14, I'm dead set against. All of those units, all four have been managed separately. They've never been managed as a pair, 11 and 13. I did hear that we have a couple mature rams in 014, maybe. If we take a look at what's killing these sheep, those guys could be dead right now today. If anybody keeps up with it, the last two transplants we've had into 014 have been eaten by lions pretty quick. It's not a habitat issue. I was in 014 personally several times this year, starting in May. Could not access the top of the mountain because of 9-foot drifts. In August, I was there. The top of the mountain was phenomenal. So our problem in these areas, it's not habitat. We have 30 sheep in 014, maybe 150 deer. Man, if that habitat's that bad, we should just close it all down. So I'm dead set against 11, 12, 13, and 14. I would support a tag in 012. Thanks.
Thank you.
Rex Flowers for the record. I would hope you would go along with Washoe County's recommendation of keeping all the areas split in northern Washoe and only having the one tag in 012. On the desert sheep side, with that new management hunt in 173, I don't think you have to worry too much about an extensive harvest in there. I myself, along with 4 of my friends, have had those tags over the last 5 years and have hunted the wilderness. There's only been one sheep taken out of 5 of us. And we've all seen sheep. That type of ranges, you see them on one hill and they're a long ways away and it's a long ways off and up the other side. I mean, it's a rough hunt in there. And so I just support Washoe County if you would, please. Thank you.
Any additional public comment in Reno? Okay, seeing none. Any public comment on Zoom? All right, with that, we'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner East.
Mike, I forgot to ask this earlier, and I have, as you know, I've not supported the U hunts at times unless there was an absolutely good reason for it. Can you explain a little bit about those 2 areas and the U's in those 2 units that you're recommending?
Yeah, we've got U hunts as we've had the last few years in 161, Mount Jefferson. That population spends a lot of time grazing on top of this plateau, and we feel that the population carrying capacity had been exceeded a couple years ago, and as much as I would love to use those as source stock for translocation, we just don't have an opportunity right now. So population carrying capacity, population objectives is something very important that you're going to hear more and more about. We So in Jefferson, it's not water, but we think it's the forage up there. But we have a lot of units that went through this catastrophic multi-year drought, and we had a lot of sheep die of thirst because we were not paying attention, because we were not managing those herds properly. And yes, we put a ton of effort into filling guzzlers, but some of it was just too late. And in order to maintain your body, it takes more than just water. There's got to be feed too. So that's the case with the muddies. We lost a lot of sheep during that drought period, and we need to continue to be vigilant and manage those herds. And so I know I'm asking all of our biologists that every herd, we need to identify a population objective for that herd, looking at summer range, winter range, forage quality, water distribution, water availability. We've been successful, I think, with both giving sheep to Utah and that U-hunt in managing that herd, but we were way over our ski tips for several years with the Muddy Mountain population. And anyone who'd go out there I would think you would agree, we just didn't have the resources to support them. So we're going to continue where we need to establish U-hunts, where we don't have the opportunity to use them as source stock. We need to manage these herds because we don't know when will the next multi-year drought start, and we're going to get caught with our pants down. And I just don't like to see those animals dying of starvation and thirst. I've been busy trying to find some more opportunities for us to reintroduce sheep. I do think we're going to have some opportunities over the next 5 years. So just be a little bit more patient with us. But we have to be respectful for the other uses of our public land, and we don't want to put sheep in a situation where they're going to die. So we want to make sure that when we put sheep somewhere, that we've got all of our ducks in order and that the resource is good, and we're not going to have issues like disease. So I am more frustrated than anyone of not being able to be more aggressive and productive in that restoration effort. Haunts me every day.
Okay, thanks. And I would be remiss if I didn't congratulate you on your recent recognition at the Wild Sheep Show, the foundation. Congratulations. Well deserved. Thanks for your explanation.
Thank you.
Mike, I was just hoping you could address the Washoe proposal and supporting comments about, if I understand it correctly, not combining those units. I think I heard a proposal to close 11, 13, 14 and have 12 open. If we could get some comments from you on that.
Well, I spoke earlier that, yeah, I think 011 and 013, we definitely have a few mature rams, but it's big country, and to find them it's a challenge. They could be anywhere and everywhere. And as I stated, our biggest population is in the Calicoes High Rock country of 012. The Granites is not doing well, 014. And I still think combining 012 and 014, you're not, I mean, if the Rams aren't available, mature Rams aren't available, they're just not going to find them. So I think I would prefer to have at least 012 and 014 open for hunters to hunt. And I'd be willing to sit back and let's monitor 011 and 013, and then continue with our management efforts to address mountain lion predation. It's been in the works. Maybe we haven't been as successful as we would like and others would like, but we have contractors, we have wildlife services that are out there helping us remove offending lions, trying to not allow that bighorn herd to drop below its ability to recover. And we are near that point with 30 to 50 sheep in some of these units. A bad winter and high predation rates could keep them from growing. Of course, the rams, they're not the baby makers, so, but yeah, it's, again, another one that I wish things were different, but it's tough up there. Not enough habitat for at least these springs and seeps that they depend on. There's a whole heck of a lot of competition on them with domestics, and the horses and burros are, 500,000% over AML. It's tough living up there.
Any additional questions or comments? Or a motion, or you want me to make a stab?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I completely hear Washoe and Mel and Rex, and I hear the concerns with the 012. I guess Mike's suggestion to close 011, 013 wouldn't be the end of the world. Is that what I hear you saying?
No sword to fall on.
No sword to fall on. But 012, 014, there's sheep in 014, even though they may not be completely preferable. I did hear people comment that they're in there, that they're short-horned and stuff.
Which is the case statewide. We're seeing very little growth between the annuli rings. The animals are putting energy into their body to survive,
horns, right.
and they're just not putting it into the horns. But
It's pretty basic, it seems to me, in that sense. But if people don't want to hunt 014, if we have an 012, 014, and people don't want to hunt 014, they can go into 012. So I don't see a problem. But if they're not there, they're not there, and they'll be forced into the 012 area. So I guess I'm open to that suggestion as well. Certainly not opposed to just going with the 012 and closing the other three, but I don't see why 012, 014 would be a problem either, so.
again, there's quite a bit of movement across 012 and 014. So if somebody was pursuing a ram,
And I had a
across
friend
the
that
boundary.
hunted 014. He had a sheep tag in there, and he was pretty miserable by the end of the whole thing. There's no doubt he was frustrated. He was a little bit ticked off. I'm operating off of that in the back of my mind. I believe that people are having a hard time in there. But if they have an alternative to go into the 012 at the same time, then they'll have a choice. It's not. So that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, you want to take a stab at it, or I'll take a stab at it?
Sure, I'll go ahead and Move to approve Commission Regulation 23-04 respective to the sheep and mountain goats. So for resident Nelson Desert Bighorn sheep, any legal hunt 3151 as presented with the addition of unit group 272 added. And the season dates for the 23 and 24 season in units 280 and 281, the ending date should be January 1st. And in the footnotes of that hunt, the third asterisk should read, instead of portions of hunt units 252, 280, and 281, it just should be inclusive of all of those units. Hunt 3251 as presented. Resident Nelson Bighorn sheep archery hunt 3161 as presented, but pulling out unit groups 271 and 242. Non-resident Nelson Bighorn sheep any ram archery hunt 3261 as presented. Resident Nelson Bighorn sheep management ram one horn hunt 3171 as presented. Resident Nelson Bighorn sheep any ram management hunt access limited any legal weapon hunt 3172 as presented with the following changes. What is now stated the 2024 through 2023 season should read the 2023 through 2024 season. And then dropping item number 4 in the footnote, and we can sort out what the quota should be or what that season structure should be at the May season. Resident Nelson Bighorn sheep, any U or any legal weapon hunt, 3181 as presented. Non-resident Nelson Bighorn sheep, any U, any legal weapon hunt, 3281 as presented. Resident California sheep, any ram, any legal weapon hunt, 8151 as presented with the following changes, dropping unit groups 011 and 012, dropping unit groups 011 and 013 out of that, so we would combine that hunt to be 012 and 014. Non-resident California Bighorn sheep, any ram, any legal weapon hunt, 8251 as presented. Resident Rocky Mountain Bighorn sheep, any ram, any legal weapon hunt, 9151 as presented. Resident mountain goat, any legal weapon hunt, 7151 as presented. And non-resident mountain goat, any legal weapon, 7251 as presented.
I do have one question, Commissioner Keel, on the first hunt when the NTTR restrictions. Item number 4 there is, it speaks specific to 252, and I believe we need to strike that. So it's just within the NTTR, strike portion of unit to just limit party size to 5, including tag holder. And it mentioned the same strike through down below at the end of that sentence, I believe.
Yep, I would amend my motion to, include that.
Okay, I was waiting. All right. I've got a motion by Commissioner Keel, second by Commissioner Barnes. Does everyone understand the motion? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. 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 Opposed? Okay, motion carries 8-0. And we will let's take a 15-minute break and then get into the mule deer. If everybody please work their way back to their seat. All right, we will get back to agenda item 15A, CR 23-04, and now we are into mule deer.
All right. On to mule deer. For the record, Cody Schroeder, Staff Specialist, Department of Wildlife. And I think I'll just kind of do a similar, what we have been doing for other species. I'll give a little brief overview of our proposed changes. I won't go into too much depth on all of them to start with, but then we can come back and we can get in the weeds on anything you want. So generally speaking, our major changes probably for mule deer are starting with the juniors. We're splitting out the junior antlered versus antlerless hunts. That was something that was, proposed by the TAC committee, and we wrote it into policy 24. And so we're basically just following through on that. We are recommending closing one of the antlerless seasons, deer in 051. And then we have a few changes just on splitting out some of the seasons in Pershing County. The hunt unit 043, 046, we're splitting out 045. We're proposing to do that. That's something that's been discussed and recommended by the Pershing Cab for several years now, and we're just now kind of finally acting on that. Basically, the basic impetus for that is that's going to allow us to hopefully better manage that herd. So there's kind of a disproportionate distribution of deer, higher buck to doe ratio typically in 045, which is the Tobin range. It's notoriously difficult to access. Some of the other units surrounding it are easier to access. So we're just trying to, but we manage the population right now as a whole. So this will allow us to kind of spread that out and just try to kind of fine tune the buck to doe ratios a little bit better in those units. And then I think that is it for our proposed deer changes. Broad overview.
All right, any questions for Cody on the mule deer hunts? Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm not sure the best time to talk about the resident junior mule deer antlered only. Is this the time? Are we going to wait a minute or?
I mean, now's as good a time as any for me.
Yeah, I suspect. All right. Well, you guys know you're going to hear from me on 2 or 3 items, and I guess I had expected that we would talk about this as part of the CGR that we weren't able to hear the last couple of here yesterday. So here we are, and but this is more specific to just the doe harvest and stuff. So I just feel like we haven't had a real opportunity to flesh this out, and I appreciate that the department's kind of following through with the, what we approved in our policy, and I've had kids that have participated in the junior hunt, and they had a lot of fun. It was good, and I guess I got indoctrinated on this commission the first many years that I was on this thing. The commission talked about the importance of the youth hunt and how it was important to recruit and give kids and those experiences, and in some cases successes. So the questions that have popped into my mind, and I've just got to ask, what was the original intent of the mule deer hunt, the junior mule deer hunt? What's the ultimate goal, and what are we trying to accomplish by removing the does out of their hunt, where they don't have a doe hunt in these units where there's not already a doe hunt. What are we accomplishing by pulling those out? And I don't know who I'm asking the question to. I know the department's just trying to do what we've asked from our last meeting. So I guess I'm directing that question kind of to the commission.
Well, and I guess, you know, we did have this discussion at the last meeting, but I mean, they're still getting the opportunity to hunt, right? They're absolutely still going to get the opportunity to hunt. It's just in the units where we're saying we can't justify having a doe hunt. We're going to make the juniors mirror that, you know. And the same thing, having a tag, it shouldn't be a guarantee of killing. In my mind, shouldn't be a guarantee that you go kill anything. You know, that's only part of the actual hunt. Is the actual killing portion of it is kind of where my thought process is. But I mean, they're still 100% going to have an opportunity to hunt. In my mind. Commissioner East.
Thanks. Cody, how are our numbers looking in the 011 through 015 area?
The Washoe County units? I mean, so it's a little bit too early to tell, you know, just we haven't got our harvest data yet analyzed and even some of our survey data. We've been doing radio callers the last 2 years. And I mean, they certainly haven't rebounded to what everybody wants them to be, but you know, all things considered, they're looking pretty good. Our survival rate on the collars that we have had has been really high. We've had a few mortalities from collared animals, and under our predation management plan, we've been working to address those problems with wildlife services. But other than that, you know, all things look pretty good. When we caught them, they weren't in great body condition. They were really poor, actually, especially up in that Bahia, Mosquito Lake country. Even some of the ones in 014 in the Granite Range were in pretty poor condition for the second year in a row. But it's not surprising because of the drought conditions we've been experiencing. Now I know we're hopefully turning the corner a little bit, you know, this past fall, but it takes a while for populations to rebound from stuff like that.
So there's not a unit that you would recommend closing in those units, in that grouping?
No,
No,
not at this time.
Okay. Because now's the time to do that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. I mean, are you speaking specifically for juniors or just like the at-large regular
All
deer
at
season?
large.
Yeah, no. If we would have had concerns, I mean, we definitely would be recommending closing a season. If I truly had biological concerns that there just weren't enough deer or a harvestable surplus of bucks.
Just to
you'd be
give them a
seeing
break? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I still have a couple more for you. So these are aimed at you, Cody. So on average, how many does do juniors harvest each year?
So it's on average, it's about 18% of the juniors who report harvesting, you know, successfully. 18% of those on average, and this is across the statewide, report that they harvest an antlerless deer.
So if we take the antlerless harvest out of those areas that don't have doe hunts, how's that gonna affect junior hunting opportunity?
So I should preface this first with it's probably going to have zero biological impact. I mean, it's such a low harvest anyway, even though there's not a regular doe hunt. It's not enough to be impactful to the population. So it's not going to have a biological effect. In terms of the way we apportion our hunting opportunity, it probably will take away tags for juniors in the end. Just because of the way we calculate the formula, we have to consider we're managing for a buck to doe ratio. So, you know, basically you're taking that doe portion out of the equation and attributing it only to bucks. And so probably what's going to happen is the overall junior quotas are going to be reduced.
And then
by having it antlered only.
And in May, if we reduce quotas on doe hunts in the areas that do currently have them, we're going to reduce that opportunity even more. If I understand this process correctly.
yes, I mean, that in theory, yes, but, you know, I don't want to get too far out of the head on the quotas, because really it is kind of early to talk about quotas for the doe hunts, but.
So I guess where I'm headed is that if the intent of the junior mule deer program was to provide opportunity and to provide opportunities for some success, I understand not everybody's going to get one. We were fortunate enough to be successful, but I know people that aren't, and some are a little more worse for wear over it than others. Some understand it's just part of the process. Some are like, you know, hey, that's dumb. I'm not going out again, and that's just how the system is. But if the intent of that program is to provide those opportunities, I just feel like we're pulling away from that, and that concerns me. And you know, and ironically, I'm not the one that has a real dog in this fight. You know, I believe in hunting, and I really value and appreciate what sportsmen do for conservation. I mean, they're the original conservation movement. They've been the conservation movement for, you know, decades, and they're real critical. But where are we headed? I mean, all the R3 stuff, the recruitment, retention, and reactivation activities that are going on, say that you know, youth is a real important component. It's one of the major components to maintaining into the future what is enjoyed today. I did have, I'll make one last comment. I'm not going to try to hammer this too hard. I did have an opportunity to talk to the chairman of the Mule Deer Working Group through WAFWA while I was in Albuquerque. And Jim Heffelfinger, he's been with he was recognized for his work on that Mule Deer group by SCI, got a real prestigious award recognition. I thought that was pretty awesome. But he's been doing this for 17 years, I think he said. And I was just bouncing, you know, hey, what do you think? And, you know, I don't have numbers for him. I don't have, and he said, look, if you're not careful, you're going to leave opportunity on the table by not having, providing these opportunities. And I get the impression, and that's just my feel, is that that's what we're doing. And I threw it out there. I don't know how hard to hammer on this. I figure, you know, I'm probably going to have a rough day as it goes on here. So maybe I'll leave it at that. And, you know, I just hate to see the talk with the access issues with the NTTR and this. I don't know. I don't feel good. I feel unsettled about a lot of stuff. And I worry for sportsmen. I do. I'll just tell you that.
Yeah, so Commissioner McNish, I appreciate that. If I may, you know, I guess this is pretty much just speaking on behalf of myself. I am not a favor of making this change personally either. I think we should leave it the way it is, that juniors can hunt bucks or does. And I appreciate you bringing up, you know, Mr. Heffelfinger. He's a friend of mine. I've known him for, you know, quite some time now from the Mule Deer Working Group. But that being said, this is our process. This has come through the TAC committee. I mean, there's been quite a few TAC committees, I believe, that have discussed this. And then, you know, we were just following through as a department to put it into policy 24. And I mean, we're really just kind of following through with that, honestly. And I can see the pluses and minuses of it both ways, I guess. But
yeah,
I'll throw that out there as my personal opinion, is I think we should be providing every opportunity possible to juniors and helping them get out in the field and not making them have to, you know, force them into a more narrow situation and things like that.
Yeah, and I appreciate you making the distinction. My comments are really back to the commission. We're the ones that approved the policy, and I appreciate that you guys are honoring that, even though there was disagreement up here. That's what you should do, and I appreciate that you've done that. So even though I have disagreement, and when I talk about WAFWA, I'd be remiss if I didn't say that the team that Jim leads, there's representatives from every Western state and many Canadian provinces including Cody and people like Cody across the West. And they're largely recognized as the authority on mule deer management in the country and internationally. It's not just not a one state thing. So this is coming from a cumulative group of Cody Schroeders, people that I trust, and you know, they take it very seriously. They're very active. But anyway, I throw that out. I'll sit back and listen to what everybody else has to say.
Commissioner Barnes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm just going to kind of throw this out there too. As I was looking through this, and I see the recommendation from Elko is to close the doe hens up there. And when I got the support material, I was looking at it and I thought, okay, you know, I see it. We can always adjust it in the quotas. But then after I saw the recommendation from Elko, and then knowing what I just came from up there, and then I had a discussion with Mike Cox earlier talking about he was wanting to know how the animals are doing. And, you know, I have some real concerns with what's going to happen in that area. We haven't seen a winter like this in quite a while. And so, you know, what Elko proposed really is, you know, it could be something we need to consider. And so I guess as we go out to CAB comment and public comment, I'm going to be kind of interested to hear maybe a little bit more of that about that, because it's not something I thought about closing a season. I thought we can always adjust it with quotas if we need to, but I think it might be worth considering a little bit of discussion anyway. So as we continue, I just kind of throw that out for everybody just to kind of consider as we go. And then when we get closer, Cody, we can talk more about it.
Okay.
Additional questions or comments? I do have back on the junior hunt, Cody. I have one quick question on the 25% set aside for juniors. Is that based off the buck tags in the state? Or how is that 25% set aside?
Yeah, so Chair Cavilla, that's a good question. I have an entire PowerPoint dedicated to that, which I've actually given, but it's been a few years. And so it's actually, the way we do it is it's on the demand side of things. This equation or formula that you hear us talk about, demand success formula. So basically what we do is we take 25% of the demand for the tags and allocate those to juniors. So it's very similar to treating them like a weapon class, like an any legal weapon or a muzzleloader or an archery. And so that's how we figure out the 25%. It's not total, like if you look at the quotas and you try to figure out the math and get 25% of the adult, you're not going to get that, because we have to factor in the success rates and the fact that they can hunt a buck or a doe. That's also factored into that. We predict based on the last 3 years of how many does that will be taken out of there. And so the 25% is really comes from the allocation of the demand side of things. Then we start factoring in success rate and how many does they typically harvest. Does that answer your question?
Kinda.
If I had the PowerPoint, I would probably share it, but I don't have it handy.
Maybe why, tell them why 25, why 20, 30?
Yeah, so 25 has just been the standard that the commission has kind of approved, and that's what we actually have written into policy 24.
Yeah, correct. It's in policy 24.
Yeah. I mean, in years past, I can go back, there's a huge demand by juniors, as you well know probably by now, for tags. There's more demand, way more demand than there are tags available. In the past years, that wasn't the case. I mean, we had more tags available just generally and fewer junior hunters. And so we would actually get the applications right before the commission meeting. The commission would actually ask us, how many junior applicants are there? And we would actually adjust that a little bit, maybe give a little bit more, like 28% to juniors, because we knew we could, afford that. Well, what that does is it effectively takes them away from the adult hunters, a slight amount. We're not harvesting any more deer, we're just giving a few more to the juniors. And so, but over time, that just kind of evolved into that 25% seemed to be the sweet spot that we've shot for. And then nowadays, because we're way over that, we couldn't, if we wanted to truly meet all the demand, we'd have to cut a lot out of the regular hunters to give to juniors.
Understood, yeah, and then obviously the junior program from where it started, where we had a tag for every junior, to now we're just in a different world, basically.
And I'm not advocating that every child should get a tag. It's not realistic, just like adults aren't going to get, those are lessons that people have to learn too. What I am advocating for is continuing to offer that opportunity for the ones that do get tags. That's what I'm making the pitch for, so.
No, and I guess just to be honest, and because we've discussed it before, there is the public perception side of it, and that's a big part of it. Is there is a big side of the public that does not like that the juniors get to kill does on these tags, and in the hunts we don't kill does in. That is a big component of it, and we hear it a lot. So, any additional commission questions or comments? Commissioner Walter.
At the risk of sounding like I don't recall the whole history here, which is absolutely true, I have a question, and I don't know if it's because I was 12 or because my older mentors were simply directing me towards buck hunting. But historically, has the youth hunt in Nevada always allowed for juniors to harvest either?
So that's a good question, and I don't know the answer to it. I haven't been there that long, but Mike Scott has been here a lot longer than I have, so maybe he can. I know it's been that way since I started. Anyway.
Old Mike Scott, for the record. So just to provide a brief history, the junior hunt was enacted in 1995 and offered as an antlerless only hunt for juniors in the Cherry Creek drainage. 1996 and 97, the junior hunt was not offered. And then in 1998, the junior hunt was enacted for all units and either sex. The original intent was for 4 opportunities to draw. And then in 2000, the definition of a junior hunt was put into regulation tied to a junior license. And then in 2003, language for the junior hunt definition was adopted that will attain 12th birthday before the first day of each hunting season, and will not attain 17th birthday until after the last day of the hunting season applied for. And so, just a brief history, it started off as an antlerless only hunt and then moved to either sex shortly after. Thank you.
Commissioner East.
If I recall, during our TAC meetings, and we talked about this a lot, we talked about limiting the number of years, and we were going to be able to do that. We were going to talk about that again this meeting, and it was pulled from our agenda. But I'm thinking that during the TAC meeting, we talked about the fact that juniors can apply in the regular hunt. They can get a first come, first served tag. So there are other opportunities for them. I know they're not as easy, but I think we were trying to spread out a little bit the wealth by, if you will, by limiting maybe the number of years that they could get a tag, because there's kids out there that get a tag every year that they're eligible, and there's kids that don't. There's a lot of factors that play into that. We talked about a lot of them. The fact that they have other activities. They do other things. Parents don't maybe want to travel as far as it might take to put them in an area that they don't know, or that they just don't have the time for. But there are other opportunities for them. There's other hunts that they can apply for. And I think I have stated this on the record that, there's a lot of families that just their philosophy is they're not going to harvest a female anything. And it doesn't matter if it's an elk or a deer or an antelope, they just don't. And unfortunately, my family is one of those. My nephew shot a young buck, his first deer, because his dad said, you can take either. And he said, I'm not killing a female. Just so there's that too. And I think all of that plays into this antlerless, conversation and dialogue that we're having. And I just want to state that I am not always for our harvest of our females. They are the baby makers. Where it makes sense and where there's carrying capacity or where there's issues, I will support it, but I don't love it. That's how I'm made. So I just wanted to state that.
Thank you, Commissioner East. Any additional commission comment? Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you. So I didn't think the agenda item would allow us to talk too much about, the number of years. So I was trying to split that hair with just concentrating on the take a dose and stuff. So maybe that's a conversation that needs to be had later, when we get back. But the fact that we're able to do this, we don't have to codify this to make this happen. So I question why we need to codify it later. If we can make those decisions as a commission right here is just part of our CGRs. But I don't know, there's a lot going on here, and I'll be careful not to walk into the 502 stuff. That's a whole other conversation and stuff, but it's only because I care that I bring it up. I have certain areas, you guys know that I've landed on, and a couple of them I'm not, I feel like it gives a voice to people that don't feel like they have a voice. I may not completely agree with them on everything. I'm talking lions and bears. I may not completely agree with everything that everybody believes in some of that stuff, but I do try to give it a voice here. And on this one, it's different. We don't have kids up here talking to us about their experiences. I've had a number of folks contact me too. Most of them are friends. I'm not going to lie to you. I've had a couple of people I didn't really know make comment about, and I'm hearing a little bit differently. Maybe that's because it's easy to talk to somebody that shares the same opinion. So maybe that's why I'm hearing from them is like, yeah, I agree with that. Maybe you guys are experiencing the same thing with people coming saying that they disagree with the hunt. I find it ironic that I'm here advocating for recruitment. I don't, and it's because I represent conservation, and I believe that sportsmen are conservationists. That's why it's important. And I'm going to let it go. I've got a lot of other questions, but I think that they're mostly would apply to the discussion with the NAC surrounding 502, and I've made my pitch, and we'll see where it goes.
Additional commission comment? All right, seeing none, I'm going to take it out for cab comment in Reno.
Jim Cooney, Elko Cab. With regards to the junior hunt, in Hunt 1107, our cab went through and we had the discussion. Some of the same items were brought up, but in the two instances that we took a vote, it was unanimous, and that usually doesn't happen up there. And so what our recommendation is with the resident junior mule deer antlered or antlerless archery, muzzleloader, and any legal weapon hunt 1107 would be antlered only in all three of those areas, Area 6, Area 7, 8, and Area 10. Also, with regards to resident mule deer antlerless hunt, any legal weapon 1181, We went through with, obviously looked at the recommendation of 051 and closing the season for 2 consecutive years. Our cab voted unanimously to close 061, 62, 64, 66, 68 early, 062, 067, 068 late, 071, 79, 091, and 101, 102, 109. Recommendation to close the doe season for both of the years. Just as Commissioner Barnes had mentioned, the points being brought up with the drought being what it's been leading up to this particular year, and with the precipitation and the moisture that we've gotten this year, the recommendation from our cab is to close it. From sportsmen, every day that I get into town, there's really, that seems to be the consistent concern from the sportsmen up there in Elko. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooney.
Worth Nelson, Lander Cab. I think the concern is that we have had in response to somewhat the question that Mr. McNitch put out is, what are we really trying to do by taking away a few does from a junior hunt? I think what we're trying to do is save all the female deer that we can, especially in areas that do not have enough population to have those kinds of hunts. A couple of years ago, we came forward with a proposal to, it sounded like just start a junior antelope hunt, but part of that proposal it wasn't really aimed at starting an antelope hunt. It was aimed at taking some of the junior mule deer tags off the mule deer and put it onto the antelope where they're not herding. How much effect would it have for the mule deer? I'm not really sure. I don't think there's one big answer to help the mule deer population problem, not only in Nevada, but in the western United States. Now we have a winter that could be devastating. We have a lot of things like that, and I think we need to take all the little steps that we can, because there isn't a big step, because if there is, you guys and the department and the sportsmen and everybody would already be doing that. And I think those smaller steps like that will add up to something bigger if possible. So we support taking away the antlerless tags where there's not enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Glenn Bunch, Mineral County. I wasn't going to come up here till old Mike Scott started it. So old Glenn Bunch will try to help get in the middle of it. As my memory works, when we started this, we started with the youth hunt. They put it out there, well, what kind of tags are we going to come up with? And they said, well, let's do 2,000. And so that's the first year we did it. And we had a lot of people put in. Virtually that first you put in a tag, you got it. And then the next year we had more people put in, so we had to increase it again. And they give some more. Well, then they started looking at it. We started tweaking it. We've been tweaking it all the way, trying to get it into a workable system. And when I seen that this youth hunt was going to be antlerless, I had to stop and think about it. Because when we started this, the whole idea was when the youth had to go through hunter safety, then they didn't get a tag because we were trying to get into the general hunt. So we set aside for the youth. And we've been tweaking that, trying to make it to where we could get more people in it. Well, a lot of the people who come to me said, I thought they were guaranteed a tag. No. What we had to go to is a percentage of the tag in that unit goes to youth. So in our particular unit, let's say I've got 10 10 tags in youth. That's all there's going to be in that unit. If you want to go, you may have to go to Elko or you go to 17. Some places got a lot more tags for the youth. And so I've had to work that out with them. And so I sat and I looked at this and I thought, you know what? I think this is a good idea. I have seen out in the area where I've seen a youth take a doe, and then when the youth got there, their dog at home was bigger, and they didn't want to take it. No, it's dead. You've shot it. You have to take it. And so my son was one of those. And from then on, he said, Dad, if it ain't got horns, I ain't shooting it because I can't tell how big it is. And so I sat and I looked at that. I thought about what my son had said, and I thought, now there's an idea. Let's try it. Let's give it a try. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bunch.
Joe Krim, Persian Cab. We support all of the deer seasons in our county as presented. I'm not speaking for anybody's county but ours. We tried for years to get, not too many years, but tried to get the 045 split off of that east side unit in Pershing because the deer population in that one mountain is higher probably than the rest of the units put together. So in order to give the rest of the other 2 units or 3 units a little bit of break, we decided to split the 045 off to alleviate some of the problems. And yes, the Tobins are going to be a hard hunt, but if you want a good hunt, you want a hard one, Tobins are the one to put in for. And we support the no does also because we tried for years to get the doe seasons out of Pershing County just because of the declining populations of deer that we have. So for us, this is a step forward in the right direction for us. So we support it 100% all the way through all the deer hunts.
Thank you, Mr. Krim. Any additional cab comment in Reno? Seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom?
Go ahead, Michael. Go ahead, Michael.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Michael Gerard, Humboldt, cab. Okay, we voted we would like to see unit 045 stay in 046. And our reason is that it's going to put too much hunting pressure up in there and it's going to ruin that mountain. And then if you also need to understand that there's only 2 access points in there to get up high. And if you get any weather event, you're not going to be able to get up to access in there. If you get a lot of rain down low, that soil matrix there is such that you'll literally bury your truck to the frame. So you won't even be able to get to the mountain. So if it takes you 5 or 6 years to get a tag and then you get in there and then you can't even have a good hunt. So we would not like to see it not split out. And then I do have a question though, because I know Joe has been talking with Kyle, the biologist. What would the proposed quota be in there? Total quota number? How many tags are we even looking at to do in there? And then I had another, then I have a question. Is there a disease event in Washoe County in the deer? Because that rumor's going around. And then now this next comment is not from a cab. This is from myself. It's personal. I agree with Elko County that we should not have doe hunts in area 6 and 7. It's just continuously getting worse and worse up there. And I have been able to hunt area 6 every year for the past 20 years doing what I do for a living. And it gets worse and worse and worse. And last year, I mean, it was horrible. Last season, last October, I was going to places that historically have been going my entire life up there, and you don't even see tracks. So, I mean, there's a problem with the deer up in there. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional cab comment on Zoom? No? Okay. Any public comment in Reno?
Sorry, I'm a little faster than these older guys to get up here. Sean Shea for Washoe County. I just had one change I would like to see. Unit 081, all those hunts are late. I've been hunting that archery antelope or archery deer in Area 7 for quite a few years when I draw, but I've had a bunch of clients for antelope for Area 7 for rifle, which includes 8-1. So I spent a lot of time in 081, and for the last 7 or 8 years, I have seen a pretty good increase of resident deer in there during the archery season, or it would be the archery season if there was an early archery season in there. And I've talked to Carrie, the biologist out of Elko, about this, and she said just they don't have any data on it yet. So, and just talking, they're going to be putting some collars in, and I guess we won't see that data for a couple years, which is fine. So she said just bring it up and see. I would like to see, and this would be just a low quota, just a resident quota, maybe 4 or 5 tags, is to open an early archery season in 081, just because of the number of resident deer in there. And the reason is because when the weather starts to get in 081, they start to push off into Area 7. Now, all the Area 7 units have closed at that point, the rifle seasons and everything. So you've got a pretty good group of bucks right now that don't get hunted because at that time they have moved off into Area 7, which those seasons are already closed. So I think it would just be it'd be an interesting opportunity, and I think they could gain some information that they don't know about 081. And that's all I was going to mention.
Thank you.
I'm sorry?
Can you give us a date? Because I see it here.
Yeah, so you'd keep the late archery season that's in there, but you'd add the early archery season in there, which is the general archery season, which is like the 10th or something through the whatever it is.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shea.
Rex Flowers for the record. I'm glad we're doing what we're doing on the youth hunt. Youth tags are a recruitment tool. They afford opportunity. Nowhere does it state that we have to be sure that everybody's a success story at the end of the day. In Washoe County, the sportsmen have complained for a number of years due to what's going on with our herds. So this really is good for us. Antlerless hunts should always be designed to be a management tool. It shouldn't afford opportunity. It should be management of the species, because at the end of the day, if we don't take care of our resource, there'll be no hunting for anybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flowers.
Mel Belding, Washoe Public. A couple of things. I'm going to go ahead and start with the dirty word first. With these youth, you have to change the bonus point system to where they have the old system we used to have. You want to make it fair for these youth to get tagged, then give them that preference point. Not a bonus point, give them a preference point like we used to have. Make it a tiered system. There's several reasons, but I don't want to bore you with it. My daughters couldn't do it because of sports. I couldn't go to Elko. I couldn't go a long ways, so I hunted the ground I knew, and we'd get off a track meet at 3 o'clock Saturday afternoon and have to drive, to northern Washoe. Well, I wasn't going to drive to Elko, so be back Monday morning. It doesn't give them a quality hunt. That's the reason why I always fought it. But I really want to support Elko County on ending these doe hunts. I don't think you're going to have a problem this year. I agree 100% with Commissioner Barnes. We need to take a look at it. But I'd like to put this in there for food for thought. We've been arguing about this for a long time, and that we're told we do it to keep that lean, mean herd out there. So if we did it last year, we have that lean, mean herd. We can at least afford to go for 1 year without a doe hunt because we took care of those does, is what the department's been telling us. We took care of them last year. So we'll shut her down. It's not going to hurt us for a year. We can come back and reinitiate it next year. I don't see anything wrong with doing that experiment. Let's go ahead and shut it down, maybe just for a year. We took care of the deer, but tomorrow it's going to be 6 degrees right here in Reno. What's it going to be out there in those flats in Elko? It's going to be 6. It's going to be 8 the next day. So yeah, we got some cold weather coming. We're not going to kill them next year. We're going to kill them this year. So we don't need to compound that in October or September killing more. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Belding. Any additional public comment in Reno? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? With that, I'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Wise.
Can you speak a little bit to all of the comments on the antlerless doe hunt and what your recommendations are or how they differ from what we're hearing from the cabs and other people on the commission?
Yes, Commissioner Weiss, for the record, Cody Schroeder, staff specialist. Yeah, so, I mean, I have there was a lot to unwind there, but speaking specifically now just to the Elko County CAB recommendations to close the seasons in 06-1, basically areas 6, 7, and 10. So, I mean, I'm going to ask for some backup here from our Eastern Region supervisor, but just to give my first response, we are definitely strongly in support of keeping these antlerless hunts. And, you know, there was a little bit of discussion, are they absolutely necessary? Is it completely a management tool or is it an opportunity? And from my perspective, and actually what's written into our policy 24 that you guys approved in November, we treat them both. So we have them for both. We have them for opportunity and we have them for management purposes. So for these hunts in particular, Area 6 is super important. We have a fairly high quota in there. We've been using those doe hunts as a management tool to reduce the herd to keep it down below a certain population size. It's got a compromised winter range and a host of other things going on. For Area 7 and Area 10, they're probably not having a biological impact at this point, but we still want to keep them for opportunity. There's a ton of demand for these hunts. And I have some numbers here that were provided to me by the department, but 400% increase in antlerless deer tags since 2018. We've seen tremendous demand for doe hunts in some of these areas. That's one reason. They provide opportunity and it doesn't have a biological impact. We keep them on the books. We can use them. We can adjust the quota if we need to. I mean, I cannot predict the future. I agree that it could look grim in Elko County with the conditions, but right now we have a lot of open areas in Area 6. We have collars. I think we have over 100 collars in those 3 areas that we're monitoring, and so far we have not seen any significant, winter mortality. Now, we're not out of the woods yet. We could have a strong February and March with cold temperatures, and we may be even asking for depredation hunts in some of those cases, but we can't really predict the future. But we'd like to keep these hunts, keep the tool in the toolbox, provide opportunity, and so it's basically both, and it's written into our policy to do that. And if I may, I'll ask, if you'll let me, Eastern Region Supervisor Tom Donham to speak a little bit more specifically to some of these, because he lives out there and is in the trenches more than I am.
Chairman Caviglia, members of the commission, Tom Donham, Department of Wildlife, Eastern Region Game Division Supervisor for the record. I echo pretty much everything Cody just said. I would maybe put one caveat in there when he said the levels of harvest we've had in 7 and 10 probably don't have a biological impact. I would say they almost 100% assuredly do not, and if they are having any kind of an impact in those two areas that anyone could ever measure, it would be a positive impact. When it comes to these mule deer doe hunts up there, Cody's right on the money. Area 6, that is absolutely being used as a management tool right now. Every year we hear folks say, you know, how can you continue to shoot does at that level and expect that herd to grow? We don't intend to let that herd grow unchecked. That winter range, 95% of the crucial winter range in Area 6 is burned. It's compromised. We have a lot of pronghorn using that. We have livestock that hit that before the deer can get there. That summer range can produce way more deer than that winter range can support. And to avoid some, I guess, more catastrophic than necessary, I don't know, necessary is not the right word. Basically what we're trying to do is keep that herd in that 8,000 range, between 7 and 9. That'll mitigate some loss when we have years like this, when drought's bad, and then we have big winters. The animals that do get through the winters will be in better body condition. The ones that get through the drought will be in better body condition, throw in healthier fawns. So that's absolutely a management tool. And I really oppose the idea of closing that one. Area 7, Area 10, at the levels they are now, and I know this is a bad word with a lot of folks, it's opportunity. And I would argue 98% of the hunts across the West are opportunity. We hunt a lot of stuff for opportunity, and it's the department's role and our professional biologist's role to ensure that we can legitimately use those game populations without any negative biological scientific impacts. And a lot of people have philosophies and personal beliefs about what's right to kill, what's not right to kill. You know, somebody may say, man, I really adore elk. I don't think people should shoot elk. We have folks that philosophically think nobody should kill a bear. I'm probably going to get in trouble for saying that, unless it's a management action and we have to control it. But those seasons and harvest limits for all of our species, our folks ensure that there's no scientific biological impacts. 7 and 10 doe hunts are exactly the same. Thousands of people want the chance for that opportunity. There's no scientific justification to get rid of those seasons. We're at the end of a bad drought. We're having a big winter. We're going to have elevated mortality, without a doubt. A lot of that has to do with body condition of deer going into winter pretty poor, which means there were not the resources to keep those animals at the top of their game during that drought. More animals on the landscape when resources are scarce isn't a good thing. So honestly, we'd have probably been better off reducing the number of deer on the landscape during a crucial, a big drought. So they'd be in better shape coming out of the winter. So, got on my soapbox a little bit here, but Area 7, Area 10, total opportunity, no scientific justification to close them. We can adjust quotas if we need to. But yeah, again, just as a professional biologist, biologically, it's not going to make any impact. And we're denying thousands of people an opportunity they would like for really no scientific reason. So,
Thank you, Mr. Donham. Go ahead, Commissioner East.
Thanks. Cody, can you speak to Mr. Shea's request for an earlier season for archery in 081, please? Would it be worthwhile just to do something, just to see if it wouldn't?
Yeah, Commissioner East, for the record, Cody Schroeder, Staff Specialist. Another curveball that I wasn't expecting. And I definitely respect the creative thought. So I don't have any qualms with it, honestly. we haven't had a whole lot of time to process it. If there's some cascading effects, I know it's going to overlap some of the other hunts, like a bull elk hunt potentially, but we have overlapping hunts for other units. I don't think it's a big deal, so we could definitely add it. Probably looking at a pretty low quota, I would think. So yeah, it's at your discretion if you would like to add that.
Okay.
I mean, when we had our roundtable discussion, I had proposed a whole suite of more creative hunts, including late season muzzleloader hunts, and there was zero support from our department and biologists. So it was a little bit frustrating, honestly. But to see something like this, I don't have any strong reason to be against it.
Okay. Can you also speak to Mr. Gerard's comment about the potential for a disease event in Washoe County?
Commissioner East, can you just briefly summarize? I actually wasn't entirely paying attention.
I know. That's why I wrote it down, because I saw you conversing with someone else. He mentioned that there's a rumor that there's a disease event in Washoe County with respect to deer. And I'm just asking if you can.
No, I mean,
that.
yeah, so I wish, I had our wildlife health staff specialist here, but I mean, there's no disease event that we know of that we haven't known about for years. I mean, we have been testing for various diseases on mule deer across the whole state since we've been collaring deer. And we do have diseases. We have hemorrhagic disease. We have bovine viral diarrhea virus in the Ruby Mountains. We have all those all over the state, actually. Whether it's some emerging thing that's causing anything, we don't have any evidence for that. Usually, a lot of states that have experienced like EHD recently, Idaho has this, California's had this. They see pretty obvious adult mortality. I mean, carcasses on the ground near water sources, and we haven't detected any of that. So I'm not aware of any emerging disease events that is going on. But I'm not a health specialist either, and we really haven't had time to fully analyze all of our health disease data since we've been collecting it.
Okay, thanks.
I guess I have additional comment, and then I do have some questions regarding White Pines comments. On the antlerless hunts, I understand where everybody's coming from, but we don't know where this winter's going to take us, right? So I'm almost more inclined to leave them on here, and then if we have to do the adjustment, do it with the quotas is kind of what I lean towards. But I guess we'll see where everybody else goes on that one. White Pine had specifically asked in the basically area 13 to split that into some different units, and it looked like the local biologist, from what I read, was on board with that. Have you guys had a chance to look at that?
So the White Pine recommendations that I have were to split out for area 10.
Well, yeah, I was going to get to that one too.
Okay.
Yeah, they brought up 13 and 10.
Well, we don't have an area biologist that I know of right now in area 13. But I mean, my take is we don't necessarily need to do that. It's not necessary in my opinion. I mean, I did try to pull some data just since we got those. It's a very small amount of harvest out of 133 and 134, which is the more southern, lower density areas. It's about 8%. 132 is a little difficult because you're splitting a unit. So there's no way to go on old data for that. But again, we're not married to it. It could have some fairly significant implications for the non-resident guided season that we have to also discuss later, and the quota particularly, because the quota is based on the unit group, and we try to match the groupings for that, and the quota is based on the previous year. And it could also have some implications for landowner comp tags as well when you split up a unit like that, like 132. I know there's at least some comp tags in there. And I believe I have a backup here, Mr. Donham again. He might have some more insight into that. But yeah, we haven't had a good chance to discuss, teasing it out, but I did my best to quickly look at the data we had on hand.
No, and it might be this might be maybe for a future discussion. Maybe we could say, hey, guys, maybe look at this for down the road possibly, because I don't like, I don't think anybody likes doing some of these big changes on the fly, right? We'd prefer that you guys took a look at it. And then I guess, what about their recommendation on 10? I've actually heard this one come up before. I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are on that.
I'll let Tom speak on that one.
Chairman Caviglia, members of the commission, Tom Donham for the record. So yeah, in regard to Area 13, Cody nailed that last one. The one that I wanted to speak about was just that there's a number of damage compensation tag program enrollees in there. And so without allowing some input for how that might, affect the value of their tags and what they get for compensation, I just hate to do that without providing them that opportunity. Area 10, yeah, it has been brought up numerous times. There's a group of folks, that think those lower density areas, we should more tightly regulate the pressure in there and the harvest. Some of that stuff on that south end, there's a lot of the white pine folks like to hunt that country. It's kind of their honey hole. And I think there's a perception there of increased interest by Area 10 hunters in hunting that. I suspect they may be seeing more people down there, but our harvest down there continues to just remain low. It's not increasing. We base our quotas on all of Area 10. We have a lot of deer moving in and out of there into the other units. And, it makes up about 13% of the harvest out of all of Area 10. And it's not, focused on top end bucks or anything like that. It's the same rate of spike in forky harvest as the rest of 10. I guess one of my concerns would be when you set a quota in low density areas like that, you may inadvertently put more pressure in those units than you currently have. Because when we start looking at harvest success, 4-point or better, a lot of those things influence quotas. So you might end up with more pressure down there than you do now. And when we've done that in the past, a lot of times people will see that and go, that's the spot. That's where the big bucks are. And right now there's not a real bunch of pressure on the top end. It's just guys go down there, check it out. There's 3-point, I'll shoot it. So you might end up with more pressure and actually more pressure on the top end because people aren't going to settle for fork and horn. So kind of law of unintended consequences and trying to figure out what that would look like. We'd be more than happy to kind of dig in and see what that might look like. But I think a little premature because we haven't seen an increase in harvest in there.
No, but I mean, if you do have, like you said, there are more people going down there and you don't have an increase in harvest, right? You'd think you'd have the inverse with more people, you'd have more harvest, right? So,
well, I don't know that we have more people going down there. It's kind of like when I was a biologist in Central Nevada, I used to hear a lot of complaining about too many tags and the congestion was real bad. And I would remind the cab that we were issuing a quarter of the tags that we did in the 80s. And we didn't have those complaints. I think it's the way people hunt. I think a lot of times, especially folks that hunt those types of units, they get a tag and they got their 6 best buddies with the best optics they have, and they all spread out to find a giant buck and running around on ATVs. And I think part of it is just the way people hunt and kind of that perspective and perception.
yeah, and maybe, I don't know, maybe we can just ask that, because I've heard the 10-1 mentioned before. Maybe we could ask that you guys kind of delve into those two and let, we don't make a decision on the fly, but maybe for the future, you guys look at it a little harder.
Yep, absolutely.
That's my thought, at least. But any additional? Yep, Commissioner Barnes.
Yeah, just a couple comments, I guess. Talking about the splitting the Area 10. They've talked about that for as long as I can remember. I mean, there's been quite a few biologists and stuff in that, and 10 long before Tom that's been brought up, and nothing ever happens. So, and I can kind of understand where they're coming from. So if it hasn't really been, it's been talked about for a long time. And so if it hasn't happened yet, maybe there's a reason why we haven't done that yet. So I guess right now, I'd just be in favor of leaving it the way it is, and if that's something they want to explore again, take another look at it, let's take another look at it and possibly see what's going to happen. As far as the doe hunts, I think maybe it is good to leave those doe hunts there for the moment, because we don't know what the rest of the winter is going to bring. And I hate to, like I think it was mentioned, I don't want to lose a tool in the toolbox, but if we need to, we can adjust as needed in the quota setting, because we have that coming. I mean, we will have to give a few tags because it's there, but it would be really insignificant. So I think I'm good, go ahead and leaving them, but better take a good look at it when we get to the quotas and see what the rest of the winter brings. So I guess that's where I am.
Any additional commission questions or comments or motions? Commissioner Wise.
All right. I would be inclined, I think, unless there's any other strong opinions, to move forward with things mostly as written. I agree that we should deal with the antlerless in quotas and see where we are at that point. And I think my only other question would be if there was any strong opinion about adding that early archery season in 081. But if everyone is good, I might actually try to do this one.
All right.
All right, let's see.
So Commissioner Weiss, if I could just ask to afford me the opportunity to support things where I could, if we could split out the junior hunt with the rest of the thing. It's your prerogative, but I've tried to afford that to people in the past, and I may not agree with where we're at on the junior hunt, but I do support what's going on elsewhere. And you know, what I vote against starting to stack up. It's getting hard to keep track of, but I'm staying tight on some of that stuff. So
Yeah, I think that's fine. Let's do, I will first work with the junior hunt and we'll go from there. So first, I would like to make a motion to approve junior hunt, resident junior mule deer, antlered or antlerless, archery muzzleloader, or any legal weapon hunt, 1107, as written. And resident junior mule deer, antlered only, archery muzzleloader, or any legal weapon hunt, 1107, as written.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Wise, second by Commissioner East. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
no, and I appreciate you doing that. Thank you.
Okay, motion passes 7-1.
All right. Moving on, I'd like to make a motion to approve resident mule deer antlerless any legal weapon hunt 1181 as written. Resident and non-resident mule deer antlered any legal weapon hunt, resident 1331 and non-resident 1332 as written. Resident and non-resident mule deer antlered muzzleloader hunt, resident 1371 and non-resident 1372 as written. Resident and non-resident mule deer antlered archery hunt, resident 1341 and non-resident 1342, with one change, adding an early season hunt of August 10th to September 9th to Unit 081, and otherwise as written.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Wise, second by Commissioner Keel. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries 8-0.
Good job, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm just going to take just a brief moment here so I can add these in before I forget. And then ask for clarification on another part here.
After that, this one.
So do we need to do the antlerless landowner elk hunts as part of this CR?
Yes.
That was my only question. That's the last one, right? Except for consideration.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Chairman Caviglia, members of the commission, Cody McKee, once again, for the record. So the last item in the CR would be the evaluation and approval of the private lands antlerless elk landowner only hunt. This is a hunt that has continued to be very effective at addressing ongoing and emerging depredation concerns with cow elk on private property. And the real selling point for this program is the ability of the landowners to pick the hunters that are coming onto their private lands. In that way, they have in their minds and more control over who is actually on their property. We've made a few minor changes this year. We've suggested to increase the limit of the number of tags that any one landowner can have from 25 to 50. And we've added some language related to the tag eligibility for those tag holders. There's been some ambiguity between this program and the regular elk programs and how many tags one person can have. And then finally, we're also adding some stipulations, requirements for the landowners to help us better implement this program. We hear from our licensing office that at times we're not getting names of hunters in a timely fashion from the landowners. That causes delays in how we get tags issued, and ultimately we may not be addressing those depredation issues in a timely fashion. So we're just attempting to kind of improve the flow of this process in making sure we get hunters out in the field as quickly as possible. Are there any questions on this program?
I have, how many landowners typically, I'd say average per year, utilize this program?
We are seeing a slight increase year over year as other landowners learn about it. I don't have a number off the top of my head. Within our harvest stats, we do show the properties that are enrolled, and I want to say it tends to be around a half a dozen to 10 total landowners that are enrolled.
And then is it spread out kind of, is it just eastern Nevada, or is it up in Elko County as well? Or
it's everywhere. We have them in Elko County, Lincoln, White Pine, and I'm trying to think if we have any others. I think Nye County as well.
Commissioner East.
Thank you. Cody, maybe I missed this, but the increase to 50 tags, can you explain the jump?
Yeah, so you guys may recall last year in February, we had a particular landowner where we issued a really large damage reimbursement. What we're seeing, especially during these especially droughty times, are an increase in the abundance of elk using these basically candy crops to them. And we did have some instances where 25 tags just weren't enough. I'm not saying it's for that particular property. I'm just saying that what we're seeing in especially the last few years is an increase in elk use on these private cultivated crops, which can be quite costly to some landowners.
So it's a limit, not a minimum?
Not a minimum, no. It's the maximum number of tags that we would be able to issue. We definitely want to add some stipulations there that it's not going to be just a free-for-all program.
Okay. All right, thanks.
And I guess just to follow up on that, how does the department determine the number of tags they give the landowner, just out of curiosity?
It's a case-by-case basis. I've seen some instances where we've only issued a handful of tags. I've seen some instances where we've issued all 25 at once. What we really try to do is target and focus that pressure. Elk are very responsive to hunters. Luckily here in Nevada, we don't have like large tracts of private land. We tend to have smaller ones, so we can focus the pressure At times, it may be 5 or 10 tag holders that go out, and once they start shooting at elk, for lack of better terms, they run away and they try to find places where those hunters aren't at. But it really is just a situationally, and what may work best in that property might not work at another.
Any additional questions or comments from the commission? All right, seeing none, I'll take it out for cab comment. Any cab comment in Reno? Seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom?
No.
Okay, any public comment in Reno? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? All right, I'll bring it back to the commission.
Chairman, if we're ready, I'll move to approve the 2023 and 2024 antlerless elk landowner hunts as presented.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner East, second by Commissioner Barnes. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries 8-0. And being we started at 8, and I think the next item is going to be lengthy discussion, let's break until 1 o'clock for lunch. Oh, Cody, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Chairman Cavill, I just want to point or direct the commission's attention. So you'll see on the screen we have a tab. It says emergency depredation hunts. The department inadvertently omitted this season table from the CR. And I understand because of posting requirements, we won't be able to discuss this, but I believe Game Administrator Mike Scott will ensure that we add this to the March Commission agenda so that we can ensure that these seasons are available should we need them.
Okay. All right. We'll break until 1 o'clock. I'm going to let Alana make her way back here, and then we'll get going. All right. So I will bring up, let's get to agenda item number 15B, Commission Regulation 2305, 2023 Black Bear season. Wildlife Staff Specialist Pat Jackson for possible action. The commission will consider and may take action to approve the 2023 hunting season, dates, open management units, hunting hours, special regulations, animal sex, legal weapon requirements, hunt boundary restrictions, and dates and times for indoctrination courses for black bear.
Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. Unlike my cohort, I do have a short PowerPoint for this one. So these are our recommendations. We have some small subtle changes. Same season structure as before, same hunt unit groups, September 15th to December 1st with hunt unit numbers. The recommendation that we have would be to have sportsmen prioritize these 1 through 3 in the draw order, fairly comparable to how we do goats. And then in the main meeting, I would come back to have overall tag allocation as well as harvest limits. And then the same recommendations as before, no change here. The season would start half hour before sunrise, and the hunt day would start half hour before sunrise and end a half hour after sunset. Have to call our 1-800 number prior to hunting. Another change is everybody must attend an indoctrination course, and that is both the tag holder, their guide, and sub-guide if they choose to use that. The first indoctrination course would be August 5th in person at the Valley office. The second option would be August 19th on Zoom, and they would both go from 1 to 4 p.m., and that Zoom meeting would be recorded, and then first come, first serve tag holders, if there were any, could watch that recording to satisfy that requirement. A little bit about our harvest. The 2020 season was the 12th year. We saw the harvest of 5 females and 11 males. Mean age is 6.6 for the males, 7.2 for females. And then looking at a 3-year average, we see a light harvest, light in the sense of mean age of females and the mean age of males. And because the light harvest for a proportion of females needs to be less than 30, and we came in at 30.2, we consider that a stable harvest. Said it was brief.
Any questions for Pat? Mr. East.
So, Pat, the unit groups, then they would apply for a specific unit group and they would put a preference in of 1, 2, and 3. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's what I heard. Okay, I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you. Pat, why?
So that's a good question. And right now, all tag holders can hunt any 3 unit groups until that either in the 2022 season, the female harvest or the overall harvest limit is reached, and then that season's closed. And so you have a larger mass, if you will, of tag holders that might prioritize going to one place than another. Let's call it a race. And so instead of 1 big race, we'd have 3 smaller races to get to that unique harvest limit. And so with some internal discussion, we thought that more people had the opportunity to be in the field longer doing it this way.
And I guess, Pat, is the intent that, just so we're 100% clear, is the intent if you prioritize the units, or your tag's only going to be good for the different unit groups?
You would only be able to draw a tag valid in one of the 3 unit groups. And so in that hunt application, you would prioritize, 1, 2, and 3.
And you'll set a quota for each one of those?
At the May meeting, yes.
Yeah. Any additional questions or comments for Pat? Okay, not seeing any, I'll ask for cab comment on the black bear season.
Good afternoon. For the record, Paul Howell, Douglas County Cab. We oppose just this one element of this change to switch from the, we like this where you have a tag, you can hunt all those areas. If you're not aware, all those hunt areas are in the same geographical area, and this takes away hunter opportunity. And when you talk about hunters having to prioritize, what the department's not recognizing in this presentation is the hunter priority is to take a large boar. And to have the ability to jump from area to area, scouting for and finding that large boar is what makes it a unique opportunity in Nevada bear hunting. If you restrict hunters to these units, all you're going to do is have hunters get desperate, start shooting the first bear they see. And you're going to see a lot of the young bears and female bears getting killed. So for that reason, and we would just like to see it, and public comment at our meeting has like to see it stay the way it is, where you get a bear tag and you could hunt all those areas until you find the bear you want to get. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Steve Robinson, Washoe Cab. Unlike Douglas, I was personally not in favor of the changes until we heard the public comment. And the public that came to our meeting was in 100% support of the hunt, and they did want the changes. People that have been out there are saying there's a lot of competition for certain areas, and they would help spread out the hunters and maybe make a better hunt. We also, I've mentioned this several times, and we keep mentioning this at our cab, that we'd like the commission to look at implementing that you must remove all edible portions of meat, both for the bear. I think we may be one of the only western states that don't require you to take the meat, and also for the lions also. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional cab comment in Reno? Seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom?
Go ahead,
Yes. This is John Hyatt with the Clark County Cab. We found that the explanation under the brief explanation of the proposed regulation is unclear. I would call your attention to the last sentence in the second paragraph. It says portions of the hunting area may be closed as individual harvest limits are met, but all tags will remain valid in the remaining open areas until all harvest limits are met for the season. This is very unclear and people are confused by it. So the wording here needs to be clarified so that anybody reading it kind of understands how it's set up with 3 units and you're only allowed to hunt in the unit that you drew a tag for. Also, because of the general interest in bears as charismatic megafauna, I think it might be helpful to just include information in this for the public for next year as to how many bears we have in Nevada, how many bears are killed by cars every year, how many bears are relocated because of problems, and how many bears are euthanized. Thank you.
Any additional cab comment?
Go ahead, Joe.
This is Joe Crawford from the Lion Cab. The Lion Cab voted to not implement this change. We felt that it would reduce hunter opportunity again. I mean, this is one of the hunts that I don't agree with the structure on the tag quota, or the harvest quota, I should say. From the inception, there's a 60% unsuccessful rate built into the harvest. And I think, Douglas County hit it right on the head. This is going to create a race, or, the department thinks it's going to cure the race. It's not going to cure the race. It's going to make it even worse. I was fortunate enough to draw the tag 2 years ago, and I hunted all 3 of the hunt unit groups. I was able to see 19 bears during that hunt. I did not harvest one, but the freedom to move from the Sierras to the Pine Nuts to the Desert Creek region is pretty attractive in this hunt. I think that separating it into different units or hunt groups with the only ability to hunt that area is a really big mistake. Again, I don't think it provides anything other than a way to reduce a little bit of pressure in the hunt units. I kind of find it ironic that the California sheep tag, they wanted to expand the hunt unit and group these, and then the bear hunt, they want to separate them out. I don't think there's really any good reason to do that. And we opposed it. Thanks.
Thank you. Any additional cab comment on Zoom? Okay, with that, I'll take it out to public comment in Reno.
Sean Shea, Washoe County again. So I do hunt bears. I think this is going to be a problem because once you start getting hunt groups, we don't know what they want to do with tags. Do they want to increase the tags in each hunt unit? And then you still get your quota set. So if you get whatever, they say they give 30 tags in each hunt unit, and 2 sows are killed right off the bat, you got all these guys that didn't get a chance to go. So at least they could jump around to other units if you kept it open. And talk about hunter restriction. I mean, this is exactly what we don't want. We don't want it to restrict down. And you're gonna, one of the problems we have is the female quota. That's what's causing a lot of this drive to, oh man, well, I better shoot because the female quota might get filled or whatever. So I'm really against this, so thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment in Reno? Okay, seeing none, any public comment on Zoom?
Go ahead, Fred.
Yes, good afternoon. For the record, Fred Volz. Once again, we face another trophy bear hunting season, unjustified by anything more than licensee convenience, opportunity, and success. We have seen wildly fluctuating species numbers for the years bear numbers have been guesstimated. We still have no management plan in place for bears, so the science, often cited as the ultimate objective truth, is non-existent. There has been no analysis of the ecosystem impact of arbitrarily removing bears and disrupting bear families. It would be illuminating for the support materials to display the year-by-year total bear deaths since the hunt's revival from all sources, hunters, vehicles, and NDOW-inflicted casualties, along with the annual guesstimates of state population numbers and documentation presented to this commission each year. In survey after survey, we've unequivocally known that the public continues to largely oppose the annual bear hunt as unnecessary, wasteful, and regressive. Yet this commission continues to ignore Nevadans' desires and environmental best interests it is duty bound to serve. Thank you.
Any additional public comment on Zoom? No. Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. I guess so, Pat, just kind of following up to some of the comments, is the intent for within each one of these unit groups, 201, 202, for example, 201, 202, 204, 206, each one of them will you have a total female harvest limit for the whole unit group? Or will it be for each one of those individual units? I guess how are you guys proposing to set that up?
Staff Specialist Pat Jackson for the record. If this was adopted as is proposed today, we would come back with unique harvest limits per unit group. And then I'd also like to say with the Clark County comment, that was my mistake. That sentence was left in there from years prior, and it does create some confusion, but I believe I've articulated what the department recommends today.
Commissioner East.
I have a, I have a question brought up by the Washoe Cab, and I thought, I'm sure we've talked about this before, but removing all edible portions of the meat, is that in statute somewhere? Do I remember seeing that somewhere, or no?
Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. So it has been a few years since I looked into that, and I'll probably phone my friend Craig to chime in, but to my recollection, bear is classified as a predator, as is
Okay.
Mountain lion and wolf, to my recollection, and so, and here's Craig.
Okay.
I actually was just asked to look at this by one of the members of the public, so
Okay.
I was just looking at, so NRS 503.050 provides it's unlawful to waste game, birds, mammals, fish, or amphibian, and that includes any edible portion of the animal. And then NAC 502, this is our reg, 502.020 defines a big game mammal to include any pronghorn antelope, black bear, mule deer, mountain goat, mountain lion, moose. So it is unlawful to waste black bear
To waste
under
bear.
the combination of the statute and the regulation.
Okay. Okay. So before I ask my
And
question.
maybe there's more going on there.
Yeah, Mike Scott for the record. So in our regulation book, we do have a minimum legal requirement for taking edible meat from the field. The second sentence of that is, in the case of a big game mammal, except mountain lion and black bear, the meat of the front quarters as far as the distal joint, and so on. So they describe what needs to be taken, with the exception of mountain lions and bears. So
But what supersedes? It's the NRS.
So what he's saying is we're further defining what edible means. That's the way I interpreted what it just said. So he's just saying, as I understand it, what the big game book is doing is defining what the edible portion is. In the case of a big game mammal, except mountain lion and black bear, the meat of the front quarters as far as the distal joint, blah, 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 is included. So it's just further defining what edible is the way I interpret the book.
Okay.
Does that help?
No.
No.
Sorry.
So to decide what is or is
What
not
is-
edible
that's
is further
subjective,
defined.
right? I mean, to me, that's subjective. What's edible?
I think, yeah, that's the portion, that's why the big game book is talking about it and helping hunters identify
Right.
for what particular species.
Okay.
Does that make sense? So it's more broad under
It is
reg.
it's too
and
broad
then
for me,
the
but-
book is telling you, hey, for this animal, it's this. For
It's
this
this,
animal, it's
okay.
this.
Okay.
And
It's
if I might.
still
So,
subjective to me.
so barring any specific reference to black bear and lion, does that imply that the whole animal needs to be taken?
Yeah, I'm going to leave all the specifics alone. I'm just going to go with what that said.
Okay, because it doesn't touch on mountain lion and black bear, so it's not saying that it doesn't. It's just saying that with respect to these ones, we're going to be more specific, but the others, NAC and NRS apply, whatever that might mean.
I'll look for a further definition of edible. I literally just started looking this up 5 minutes ago.
Any additional questions or comments for Pat? Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. So, Mr. Jackson, would separating these units cause problems as far as, during the pursuit of the bear crossing boundaries, or is it like most of the other parts of the state where, it's basin and range, you've got big valleys in between mountain ranges?
Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. I had not pondered that, so I would imagine that it certainly could happen in pursuit of a bear, but I wouldn't imagine it would be any more or less common than pursuit of any other animal.
That's fair.
Additional questions or comments? Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, I mean, you guys obviously know where I'm going to fall out on this at this point in time. So, we have a hunt that has, according to recent surveys done by the department, pretty low support generally. It's not like hunting deer or antelope or elk or anything else. So, I believe some of those numbers were sportsman support is around 58%, which is pretty low considering where they stand on most other big game animals. Public as a whole is about 30%, about 49% disapprove. With dogs, those numbers are even lower. It drives those numbers down. I guess I haven't heard a lot of conversation about we did receive an email from a guide that was frustrated with another guiding service going in and removing bears, and might have contributed to the quotas, the shutdown of the season, because they weren't really concerned about a little bit of speculation. But the bottom line is we had a hunt that was shut down because of, in 2 areas, because of the female take. That's what drove those areas to be shut down, which is implying that if they're using dogs and they're able to determine if they had male or female, what it's telling me is that there's a lot of there's other it speaks volumes to that there are other factors driving bear harvest, what people will take, what they won't take. It's so we have some folks that are really determined to shoot males. We have others that don't care apparently. That's what I'm hearing from this in this particular email. And we've had suggestions in order to take care of that, to increase sow take, increase tags, to alleviate some of those issues. There's not been a lot of conversation about the fact that we just have an unpopular hunt with the public, even amongst sportsmen. And this thing's my prediction is that this is the beginning of things getting real messy. We're going to have a hard time. We're seeing a proposed change here. I don't know what this means. I don't know if it's going to drive us into a real tailspin sooner or later. I think we're headed there. This structure, I don't think, is going to create any more of a race than we saw this year to kill bears before people didn't have that opportunity anymore. That clearly happened this year. Something was driving it. So I think we're going to be really testing our metrics eventually. I just hope while we go through this process that we don't hurt our bear population. I don't know, it's going to get messy. That's my prediction. Other things are driving people taking bears. Some people look at it as more honor type of based thing, and some don't. And I think the ones that don't are going to really push the limits. As legal as they are, I think they're going to push people's boundaries, and we're going to get tested here. So I won't be supporting a bear hunt.
I guess I'm kind of on the fence about splitting out the units. I don't know that it's going to help. I think it might hurt, but I've gotten correspondence for both, and I don't have a good feeling about it at the moment, but especially because I don't know how the quotas are going to be set, and how you're going to prevent, like Casey said, those bears running from valley to valley, and if people are hunting with dogs, that's very likely that they're going to go long stretches. I have a good friend that had this hunt a few years ago, and they treed 2 females. She said she wouldn't take a female on her last opportunity was a young male, and she didn't harvest because she didn't feel right about it. But they hunted for days, and they hunted different valleys. And so I think, I don't know until I hear a little bit more that I can support the 3-unit group.
additional questions or comments or? Yeah, I'm kind of torn on it too, because are you gonna have the rat race now in 3 different units, instead of focusing on the one, I guess, more ideal unit to hunt, you're gonna spread it out, but you're still gonna have the rat race at all 3 of them. I don't know either. I'm kind of up in the air on this one as well, myself. But we do have to make a decision.
If I might ask our DAG, have you gotten any more clarification on the meat? Because I would like to add that to this if possible.
I'm
It
sorry,
makes
what is
me-
edible?
Yeah,
I
it
did.
makes more sense to me.
So. it
Even
looks-
if we could, sorry,
Yeah.
even if we could reference the manual that Mr. Scott brought.
So it looks like the big game book just quotes the regulations. So the regulation is found in NAC 503-0047, which is identified as edible portion interpreted. And I'll just read it to you if you don't mind.
Okay.
As used in NRS 503050, and 503050 is the one I just quoted you that speaks to waste of big game. The commission will interpret edible portion to mean with respect to a big game mammal, which a bear is, except mountain lions and black bears, the meat of the front quarters to the knee, that's 1. 2, the meat of the hind quarters to the hock, semicolon, and 3, the meat along the backbone between the front quarters and hind quarters. And then it goes on to a second section. B, a game mammal, and I haven't yet tracked down whether we would also identify a bear as a game mammal. I don't know if we have any help there, but they just redefine it and they say the meat of the front quarters to the elbow. So instead of the meat of the front quarters to the knee, it's meat of the front quarters to the elbow. 2, the meat of the hind quarters to the hock. That's identical to the prior one. And again, the third portion of it is the meat along the backbone between the front quarters and hind quarters. So they're the same except for the elbow and the knee, but it doesn't go on to identify specifically for mountain lions and black bears how they're defining it. So if a mountain lion and a black bear is a game mammal, then we've got an answer, and I'll continue to look at that for you.
Okay, thanks.
Mike Scott for the record. So the reason that this change was being proposed was because of the way the season went last year. In the first 3 days, the first unit closed, which was unit 2, the Area 20 units closed September 18th. So after the 3rd day, that unit closed. And that kind of created a cascading effect because the next unit closed, I believe it was September 28th. That was the second unit closed. And then the 3rd unit closed October 9th. And so within just over 3 weeks, all 3 units were closed, which left some people unable to hunt. I've received a couple of complaints of people that were agitated because they didn't even choose to come hunting at that point, and their tag was no longer valid. So this is just the attempt to allow that to continue so that we can actually keep those hunts open a little bit longer and allow additional opportunity. Now, whether that actually occurs or not is debatable, but that was what our idea was in order to change that. We are certainly not married to this idea. We don't have to make any changes to this at all, and we can support that as well. We were just trying to make things better for hunters, but with the opposition and things like that, we can go either way on this. This was just an attempt to provide additional opportunity rather than taking it away.
So Mike, real quick, the first unit group closed within 3 days, but the second one then closed basically immediately after that, right?
Yeah, yes, Mike Scott for the record. The second one closed September 28th, so 8 days, 10 days?
Yeah.
13 days later, so whatever that was. And then the final unit closed on October 9th. And 2 of those units were closed because of the female harvest limits. And, I guess we would prefer to see males harvested, but not that there's any biological reason. We're not concerned about female limits. And by all metrics, it would appear that bear numbers are increasing both in number and geography. So we don't have any concerns, but we don't need to make this change. It was just an attempt to make things better for the people who participate.
And Pat, do you recall, I don't know, it might be difficult, just typically when do the units close in years prior to last year? Just a ballpark?
Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. This is the first time in the history of this hunt that we've had to close all 3. And then, to my recollection, we've closed 1, 2 other times, and it's approximately a third to halfway through the season. It's never happened this fast.
Was there some conditions or something last year that changed to make or was it just solely the hunters themselves killing the females? Is that
it was the reaching of the female harvest limits, and any reason as to why they did that on my part would just be pure conjecture.
Yeah. Go ahead, Craig.
Sorry, this is,
You're good.
and with the help from Cody McKee. So bear is defined as both a big game mammal and a game mammal under various statutes. So the edible portion requirements apply to a black bear.
Go ahead.
So just for clarification, then, what if black bear is included in that definition? Would the easiest way to reflect that be to potentially reflect a change in the big game manual, or do we still have to go back to the NRS because it's not specifically called out, or instead is called out as something that's excluded?
I think that's going to be a policy decision by the department, but if I were the department, I'd just include it in the book.
Yeah, I mean, myself, I mean, it sounds like last year was kind of an anomaly, right? But even with last year's setup, these close so quickly, there's nothing to say, in my mind, breaking them up like this is gonna really help that. I don't think, but it's kind of where I'm at with it. Commissioner Keel.
Okay, with that, I think I tend to agree with you, and I've heard, enough of the opposition from the cabs, the general public, that I'll move to adopt Commission Regulation 23-5, the black bear seasons, as presented, with the exception of breaking out the 3 separate unit groups and keeping it as one entire unit as we had previously.
Okay, we got a motion by Commissioner Keel, second by Commissioner Barnes. Oh, Commissioner McNitch.
What if it's not an anomaly?
Commissioner Barnes.
I guess by then we'll have a better idea in 2 years, and we can look at it again when it comes back to see if it needs to be changed then. And I guess that was kind of what my way of thinking is that, okay, you know, if we'll look at it for a couple more years and then see where we go from there.
And Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. I don't get to ride on the laurels of my cohort. I come back every year with the season, so we could change this next year if we think it's a good idea.
And I appreciate that. And even if it is biologically, the metrics hold up, everything's fine. I mean, they're very conservative based on what we've heard over the years. But it still doesn't resolve the conflict between hunters and sportsmen and their ideals on taking of females and males. There's still that nexus that's still floating around out there. That's where the weak spots are. That's where things are going to get funky. That's where things are going to continue to build. That's where we're going to spend a lot of time talking about this. That's the sore spot at a minimum. Maybe it becomes biological, but at least that'll continue to be a problem. So anyway, okay.
Okay. So I guess, does the motion still stand?
Yes, Chairman, it
Okay,
does.
and-
And I do want to acknowledge the department. You know, I appreciate them trying to come up with a creative idea to solve that problem that we had last year. So thanks.
And the second is still good. Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Keel, second by Commissioner Barnes. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 7-0 with Commissioner Rogers absent. So agenda item, 7-1, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. 15C, Commission Regulation 2306, 2023 to 2024 Mountain Lion Seasons and Harvest Limits. Wildlife Staff Specialist Pat Jackson for possible action. The commission will consider and may take action to approve the 2023-2024 Mountain Lion hunting season open units, harvest limits by unit group, hunting hours, and special regulations.
Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. Happy to stay up here. So the seasons and harvest limits. Seasons is a bit misleading, and I'll go into that first. So the seasons are captured in NAC, and so in NAC we are stated to allow all qualified individuals to purchase up to 2 mountain lion tags, and then it also specifies the season is to begin March 1st and end the last day of February of the following year, unless we hit identified harvest limits. And then also it's 1 animal per tag, 2 tags per person, hunt any hour, day or night, and then we use the same 1-800 number as the bear hunt. It just has a different extension. So just so you know, those are in NAC. With that, we don't recommend any change from years prior. We recommend a statewide harvest limit of 291, the maintenance of an interstate hunt in 091 with Utah, and just so you know the way that I look at harvest limits, Andreessen in 2012 published a genetics paper and identified some subpopulations. We broke those down into our hunt units, and so you can see the western population, transient, which that's largely desert and doesn't have much of a resident lion population, and then the other 4 regions to the east of the transient. And then we look at two harvest metrics on a 3-year average. One is the overall female harvest, and then the other is adult female harvest. And we identify an adult female as 3 years or older. And these are those metrics based on a 3-year average. And so we haven't met any of those, and so we don't believe or have any indication that how we've been doing business, we are negatively impacting our lion population, which is also backed up by our most recent mountain lion integrated population model that said we had a stable statewide population. And so this is what that unit group looks like with one unique harvest limit. And with that, I have a boring question slide, so I'll entertain questions.
Any questions for Mr. Jackson? Commissioner East.
But Pat, I heard you say 291. Is that a unit or is that?
Oh, I
what's-
apologize.
what was that?
So there's Interstate Hunt 091. So if you look in
Oh,
this
okay.
what looks like a map drawn with a pen.
Yeah. Okay.
In that upper corner, we have a hunt where a Utah resident could come into 091 and vice versa.
Okay, thank you. And then can you tell me, just like to date, how many have been taken out of that 247? Do you know?
This year?
Uh-huh.
It was.
Or maybe last year, if you have that.
It averages about 180 a year. It can go upwards of 200. I think the highest, to my recollection, we've gone is 220. And then I haven't pulled the harvest data. So when this comes in, in-down employees check those in with Survey 123. And a couple weeks ago, I think we were at about 120. But with so much snowfall, I expect to have a good year. But we've never reached the 247.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional commission questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I'll take it out for cab comment. Cab comment in Reno. Cab comment on Zoom. Okay, public comment in Reno.
Sean Shea, Washoe County again. Hey, I just would like a little bit clarification, if this even needs to be in there. So under purpose, it says the commission revise and adopt 23-24 hunting season, open units, harvest limits by unit group. There is no harvest limits by unit group, so that's a little confusing. I don't know why that even needs to be in there if there's, because it's just a statewide. So just to clarify that or something. So thanks.
Okay. We'll go back to cab comment then real quick on Zoom.
This is John Hyatt with the Clark County Cab. We had a dissenting vote on one issue here, and that is if mountain lions are considered a game animal, then it doesn't really make sense to have a season that's 365 days, 24/7. There needs to be a time off, if you will, for females to bear and raise their young. And so suggested that we actually have a closed season from like the middle of January to April 1st or something like that, so that females could raise their young without being in danger of being killed by hunters. It was stated by one of the people at the meeting that, well, everybody can identify females, and certainly a lactating female, because they're shooting them out of a tree. They're only 15 or 20 feet away when they shoot them. So, they can see what it is. That idea that you're shooting it almost at point blank range doesn't really set very well with most of the public. It doesn't seem like that's hunting, that's just shooting. And so we just bring that up to kind of convey the feeling of some of the people. Thank you.
Go ahead, Joe.
Joe Crawford with the Lion Cab. We support the lion hunt. We voted to keep it the way it is, but there is one thing I want to kind of address, and it has the edible portions. I don't think anybody had brought this up yet. There is a very good chance with both black bears and mountain lions that they will be tranquilized and could be harvested later. And from what I recall from the bear indoctrination classes, there was a tranquilizer that was used that could make it dangerous for consumption. I just wanted to throw that out there. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we'll take it back to public comment here in Reno. Any additional public comment in Reno? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom?
Go ahead, Fred.
Yes, again, for the record, Fred Volz. After yesterday's overwhelming focus in the predator management plan directed toward mountain lions, we have yet another mountain lion agenda item. What's missing from the various study references cited in yesterday's predator elimination plan and today's proposed 365 24/7 hunting season is the effect of mountain lions' disappearance because of hunting and human-instigated predator control activities. A 2013 study by two Washington State University researchers, Kaylee Peebles and Robert Wilgus, titled Effects of Remedial Sport Hunting on Cougar Complaints and Livestock Depredations, found that remedial hunting increases livestock predation and complaints of human mountain lion conflicts. The study revealed that each additional mountain lion on the landscape increased predation and human cougar complaints by 5%, but each additional animal killed on the landscape increased complaints by 50%. The dose-response relationship with remedial hunting, that is 100% elimination of adult cougars, led to a 150 to 340% increase in livestock-human conflicts. Given the largely nocturnal nature of mountain lions' movements, why are we allowing hunting during daytime hours? Given at least one formal study that suggests killing mountain lions worsens unwanted interactions with people and livestock, why have such a hunt? Why are we demonizing mountain lions, much as has been done with wild horses, wild burros, and other wildlife species, when mountain lions create food sources for small mammals, eagles, and other migrating raptors, foxes, beetles, and other invertebrates, enrich soil, and provide food for bears entering or emerging from hibernation? Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on Zoom? No? All right, we'll bring it back to the commission. I did notice one small typo. We've doubled up on the 1-800s down here on the phone number. But any additional questions, or Commissioner East?
Pat, can you speak to the tranquilization comment? You know?
Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist for the record. Any animal in the state that's chemically immobilized receives an ear tag stating that it was immobilized and to call the department before consuming it.
And to call before consuming
Yeah.
it. So if it has been, I mean, do you look at when it was tranquilized
That
to see if
tag's
there's?
going to have a unique number, and so if somebody shot an ear-tagged animal, they would call the department. We would reference that number and say that animal was most recently, most likely only once chemically immobilized on such and such date. And depending upon the drug used, I would have to speak with our veterinarian, Nate, but there's a known half-life to when that animal is or is not safe for human consumption.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thanks.
What is that half-life?
Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist for the record. It depends on the drug. And off the top of my head, I don't know.
Okay, all right. I'd be curious to know. I mean, we haven't talked about it before. So I might as well go.
Go ahead.
So the harvest limits by unit group, Sean, it's a good I didn't notice it. Maybe that's an old leftover from when we did have the 3 areas to go with our regional offices, maybe. I don't know, but maybe that's why that's in there. And I don't have a problem with mountain lion hunting. Some of how we do it, and in particular the 24/7, 365. I think it's ironic that the quote is 247, 24/7. But I think for me, I know that there's a lot of work being done to try to pin down. It's really difficult predator numbers. I understand that. And so my vote today will likely reflect, the public's concern that, when these prey populations like deer especially go up and down, we should see a commensurate up and down over a period of time with the predator population too. And, and that implies that quota could go up too, and I want people to understand that. I'm more comfortable waiting to see how some of this other stuff pans out. I would like to see us get away from the 365, understanding that there's not a lot of lions taken in the summer and stuff, but that is a social thing. People people are upset. It's another place for folks to develop an opinion that may not be supportive. And so I look at it as there's an opportunity there. It wasn't always 365. It wasn't like that always. It's been more of a season rather than a year-round period. And I'd like to see it go back eventually. But so those are my comments.
Commissioner Keel?
Yeah, I was just going to clarify whether that 1-800 number is correct. It says 1-800-800 and then 1667.
Oh, maybe I was
Which is
reading
the
that
right
wrong.
digits, right?
Sorry, my bad.
No, and then I thought I saw Mr. Lackey somewhere. He might know potentially the withdrawal period for the tranquilizer.
Carl Lackey, for the record, game biologist in Dow. Yeah, Pat was correct. It depends on the drugs, but for most of the drugs we use, telazol, xylazine, it's 30 days by law.
Commissioner East?
Is there any more discussion? Is there any more discussion? No? Okay, then I will move to approve CR 23-06, the open management units and harvest limits for 2023-2024 mountain lion season as presented.
Okay. So I've got a motion by Commissioner East, a second by Commissioner Walter to approve the mountain lion seasons as presented. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 7-1. Commissioner Rogers absent. All right, with that, we'll go to agenda item number 15D, Commission Regulation 2307, 2023 to 2024, restricted non-resident guided mule deer seasons and quotas. Wildlife Staff Specialist Cody Schroeder for possible action. The commission will consider and may take action to approve the 2023-2024 hunting seasons and quotas for restricted non-resident guided mule deer, including hunt boundary restrictions.
All right, good afternoon. For the record, Staff Specialist Cody Schroeder. So I don't have a lot to present. I don't have a PowerPoint or anything. I can basically briefly summarize what was in the memo. We prescribed this particular hunt following NRS 502-147, which basically, to paraphrase, is a portion of the regular non-resident guided tags, and then there's some stipulations on limits on how that can be apportioned. The department doesn't really have a lot of latitude. It's basically a formula-based quota. And since we did not make any changes, or you guys didn't, make any changes to our recommendations for the regular hunts, these are basically already in line with what we have recommended. The only added one we had was the 045 unit group to split that out. That's really the only change on the seasons for this regulation.
Any questions for Mr. Schroeder? Commissioner East?
You've probably said this before, so I apologize for asking this again, but this is based on last year's success or last year's quota, correct? The 2022 quota?
That's correct.
Okay.
It's basically, it's kind of more complicated, but yeah, we just add the total tags issued to non-residents, both for this and the regular, and then it's essentially 37.5% of that.
Okay.
Unless we go over the total amount, which we're not even close to that. I can show you here, but 16% of the total is 135 or 400 tags. Because our tag numbers are so low, we haven't even been close to the 400 in several years, so.
Okay. But we could, if we chose, to take tags away from this and put them back into the resident hunt, could we do that?
No, I don't think we
No.
could do that. So
Okay.
we do, but we do, to clarify, we subtract them from the regular. When we do the quota calculations in May, we basically take these away from the regular non-residents during that period. Not all of them sell in the draw, so if they don't actually go to a non-resident guided tag, the regular non-residents, essentially, they're offered to them.
They get those. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
Any additional questions or comments? All right, seeing none, I'll take it out for cab comment in Reno. Any cab comment? Any cab comment on Zoom?
Yes. Clark County Cab, John Hyde speaking. Some people complained that it's not clear from the wording just what restricted meant. Does that mean restricted physically certain areas? Does it mean it's restricted to just non-residents? Does it's restricted to the number of tags issued? It would just be helpful if the language was clear so that anybody reading this would know what the restriction applies to. Thank you.
Okay, any public comment in Reno? Public comment on Zoom? Mr. Schroeder. I believe the restricted is strictly, that's just the description of this hunt. You have to have a designated guide and to apply for the hunt, and that's just our definition for it, I believe.
Yes, that's correct. To my knowledge, there's a restriction that you must be a guide. A guide must be present with you while you're hunting as well. So that's why it's restricted, and it's only to non-residents. There's no restricted resident guided hunt or anything like that.
I guess that the original term was pulled from the statute itself. I mean, that's the title of the statute setting forth the calculation. And I'm sure that's why it's reflected this way.
Additional questions or comments or motion?
All right, I'll go ahead and do it. I move to approve Commission Regulation 23-07, 2023-2024 restricted non-resident guided mule deer seasons and quotas as presented.
Okay, we have got a motion by Commissioner East, seconded by Commissioner Barnes. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Rogers absent. So, agenda item number 15E, Commission Regulation 2301, 2023 application deadlines and draw result dates. Data and Technology Services Division Administrator Kimberly Munoz for possible action. The commission will consider and may take action to approve the 2023 big game, upland, and waterfowl application deadlines and related information.
For the record, Kim Munoz, Data and Technology Services Division Administrator. So the department recommends no changes to the format of the previous year's big game main draw, big game second draw, restricted non-resident guided mule deer. The one thing that we did change this year is we added all of the applications and consolidated them into one CR. So previously, we worked with game. You would see like the swan application dates or the turkey application dates in the game CRs as far as the dates of the start of the application when things were due. So what we worked with the game division on was to consolidate all of them into this one CR. We felt that it would be easier for not only the department, but also the public to go to one place to find all applications that they might apply for throughout the year. So that's what you'll see in this particular change for this CR.
So it's just language coming from other CRs that we've reviewed in the past.
You're correct.
Yeah, it's just,
Mhm. So all of the blue is the consolidated from other CRs from the, like I said, that would have been in the game divisions when you would see spring turkey or the sage grouse or swan or whatever. So we just took those out of those CRs and are consolidating them in here. And then going in future years, they will all be consolidated into the one CR.
so, yeah, no new language, just a new way of looking at it.
Correct.
Good, thanks. Commissioner Wise?
I see, just to clarify, I'm imagining that you remove the language that you were posting online and just change that to released. I'm assuming that just gives you more freedom with how you provide that information.
Correct. Everybody gets an email. That's the first way that they're notified. So what that is in the future years, if we want to start sending texts as a way of notification, this gives us that flexibility.
Great, thanks.
Any questions or comments?
I'll just say that I had a friend that complained about not being able to find stuff about the spring turkey hunt just last year, and he was, he just didn't dig deep enough. So I do think that this is going to resolve some of those issues. They just find the right area. They should be able to find what they're looking for. They just got to read through it a little bit. So instead of looking for one in 3 or 4 different places, they can just pick it out of one place. So I think it's going to be a big improvement. So I appreciate you guys pushing it. So
Yeah. Management analyst Megan Manfredi had the idea, and she was the one that worked with the game division to make this happen. I agree. It's going to be easier for everyone.
And I guess one question I had, it looks like we added the grace period part as well at the very end, or did?
Yeah, we wanted to clarify that in there so that people realize that they've got that 7 days, and then after that, it will go to an alternate. So what we did was this commission general regulation that you guys passed last year, we are just actually solidifying that in this CR.
Any additional questions from the commission? All right, seeing none, I'll take it out for cab comment. Any cab comment in Reno? Seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom? Okay, any public comment in Reno? Any public comment on Zoom? Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we approve Commission Regulation 23-01, 2023 application deadlines and draw result dates, and 2024 spring turkey application deadlines and draw result dates as presented.
Okay. Second, okay. We got a motion by Commissioner McNinch, a second by Commissioner Wise. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Rogers absent. So we will go to agenda item number 15F, Commission Regulation 2308, 2023 Big Game Tag Application Eligibility and Tag Limits, Data and Technology Services Division Administrator Kimberly Munoz for possible action. The commission will consider and may take action to approve the 2023 Big Game Tag Application Eligibility and Tag Limits and related information.
For the record, Kim Munoz, Data and Technology Services Administrator. For the 23 big game application eligibility and tag limits, the department's recommending that we add in the very back, you'll see blue language for what's new and the red strikeout. So this is the commission had wanted to leave first come, first serve as no longer resident agnostic, but tags returned to first come, first serve that were done by residents can only be picked up by residents, and those tags returned by non-residents will only be able to be picked up by non-residents as well. So we added that language into this CR.
Any questions or comments?
I guess I didn't feel that was clear to me. Does anybody else feel like it's not clear? No? Okay, I guess it's just me, the way I read it. I didn't read it that only residents or non-residents could pick up those resident or non-resident tags.
So the blue section that, on the very last page, tags offered through first come, first serve program will only be available for purchase to residents and non-residents otherwise eligible to hunt that tag. So if it's a non-resident tag, a resident is not eligible to hunt that tag.
Okay.
Sorry, I tried to stay quiet this morning, so now you put food in me and we're hitting all this good stuff. So this is one of those areas that I was concerned about previously where, you know, I feel, I'm not going to fall on a sword. I'm already bleeding too much as it is. But where you're, you know, we're going to put, if it's resident, it can only go to a resident. I thought this was a good area to throw a bone to non-residents, and if they're quick enough to get in there and grab one and they're determined enough, then, you know, no harm, no foul. If we're going to go to this way, I mean, I'll hop in the boat with everybody, but I did report from WAFWA that some of these other states are having issues with resident versus non-resident again. This is the kind of stuff that provides that very small, it's a real small way of showing a little good faith, and we're kind of cutting ourselves off from that. Whether it's detrimental or not, who knows, but that's why I bring it up. So I'll support it, but I'm not sure that it's to our full benefit to do it that way.
Commissioner East?
Okay. I think I would like to just add a word, maybe. So if it said tags offered through the first come, first served program will only be available for purchase, something about specified for resident and non-resident tags. Would specified or specific resident and non-resident? I really still don't know that it's clear.
I mean, I think the eligible to hunt the tag, that does basically spell it out, because a non-resident is not eligible to hunt a resident tag, you know, and vice versa, right? It's, to me, that the last part there does spell it out.
Okay.
In my opinion, at least.
Okay. Okay. I'll wait to hear from everybody else.
Any other questions or comments? Haven't done cab comment yet, right?
No.
Okay, I'll take it out for cab comment while everybody mulls it over. Any cab comment in Reno? Any cab comment on Zoom?
Go ahead, John.
Hello, John Hyde here with the Clark County Cab. Words really do matter, and I think it's in everybody's best interest to make language that's really clear so that any person reading it can kind of figure it out. It's an old saying in politics, if you have to explain, you've already lost. And so I would offer that. Secondly, there's a strong feeling on the part of a number of members of the Clark County Cab that the whole first come, first serve system as it's now formulated is very unfair, and that people who applied for the tag and didn't get it should be the first ones to be considered for a tag that's turned back in, and that it would be worthwhile to call those people rather than just have first come, first serve, and some guy that sits by his computer with nothing else to do may be able to bypass everybody else and actually get a tag. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional cab comment on Zoom?
No.
No. Okay. Any public comment in Reno? Any public comment on Zoom?
Go ahead, Rick.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the commission for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Rick Duenas. I'm a non-resident. I'm a big fan of the first come, first serve system. I feel like it does a really great job of kind of rewarding persistence. If you're, you struck out on the draw and you had you just check the page periodically and happen to get lucky. It's a really great opportunity. I wanted to oppose this modification, obviously because I'm a non-resident, so I'm biased. But there is kind of a decent reason for a resident to oppose this as well. If you consider a non-resident who draws one of those coveted, tags in the Ely, White Pine County area, late season bull tags, turns it back in. Non-residents or residents sitting there, they see it after Thanksgiving, they're not going to be able to grab it. So I feel like it's just in everybody's best interest to just keep the pool as big as possible. The tag's getting utilized by someone, and then even if a resident, non-resident grabs a resident tag, it does have some benefit to NDOW and wildlife as a whole, because it's 10 times as much revenue for a given tag going back into the system, supporting wildlife. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to comment. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? Okay, with that, we'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Wise?
A couple things. I think first, I appreciate Commissioner McNinch and others' comments about the separation of resident and non-resident. I know we had some concerns about that when we decided to go this route, and all I can hope is that we get enough data to decide what the best course of action is later on. That said, I do see the potential confusion here with the language, and so I am by no means qualified to offer up language suggestions, but I will try. What if it said something along the lines of, tags offered through the first come, first served program will only be available to those otherwise eligible to hunt the tag, with resident tags only available to residents and non-resident tags only available to non-residents. That would be my potential suggestion.
No, I mean, I like that would spell it out clearly, yes.
Put it in the motion. Yeah, I like that.
Okay. Well then, if nobody has any other thoughts, then I will make a motion to approve CR 2308 2023 Big Game Tag Application Eligibility and Tag Limits with the modification to the sentence that has been discussed, to tags offered through the first come, first served program will only be available to those otherwise eligible to hunt the tag, with resident tags only available to residents and non-resident tags only available to non-residents.
Okay, we've got a motion by Commissioner Wise, second by Commissioner East. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Rogers absent. Okay, agenda item number 15G, Commission Regulation 2309, 2023 Dream Tag, Data and Technology Services Division Administrator Kimberly Munoz for possible action. The commission will consider and may take action to approve the 2023 Dream Tag species, seasons, and quota.
For the record, Kim Munoz, Data and Technology Services Division Administrator. The department recommends no changes from last year's Dream Tag species quotas, with the allowance of 1 Nelson Desert Bighorn sheep, California bighorn sheep, mule deer, antelope, black bear, and elk. I do have one change that we would like to add into this. We would just like to have a footnote that the seasons and units exclude those units and seasons designated for management and depredation type hunts. Specifically in the Nelson Desert Bighorn sheep, we do not want the specialty tag holder to be able to hunt during a one-horn ram management hunt. So we would just like to add an asterisk underneath the species table that's there that says excludes unit seasons designated for management / depredation type hunts.
Okay, any questions or comments? Commissioner Keel?
Yeah, just a comment. So while we're talking through the footnotes, it'd be on the last page, third paragraph, that last sentence either needs to be struck or the following paragraph, the Nevada Board of Wildlife Commissioners hereby delegates, that's redundant. And actually that's for the remaining commission regulations, they're all worded the same way.
Okay, we'll fix that.
And then I do have one comment just to kind of, I believe to mirror what we did earlier today with, in relation to the hunts on the NTTR. We'll have to mirror that language here as well. Any additional questions or comments?
And for my last fall of the day, I hope, I think the Dream Tag program is a fantastic program. The folks that put this together worked their fingers to the bone to make it happen, and it's been real successful a couple years ago. So, you know, it's based on the number of tags that are issued for a particular hunt. If it's 50 or more, then they become eligible for a tag to be issued to the Dream Tag. And for a long time, we were sitting at 40 or 45 tags for the bear hunt. And I'll just use the term, one year we arbitrarily just threw it to 50 so that we could get a tag into here. And I was very opposed to that. I just saw it as a real affront to people that were frustrated and irritated with the bear hunt to begin with. So while I support everything about this Dream Tag, I cannot support the bear tag that's in there. It's just, to me, it was just not the way to handle it. And it has nothing to do with biology. It has everything to do with just the social aspect of it. I didn't appreciate how that went down. So
We have one more change that we'd like to propose. So on the very back portion, the second paragraph says portions of hunt units 252, 280, 281, and 282. We would like to strike 282.
Yep, one more change.
Okay.
Mike Scott for the record. We also will make consistent the language with respect to the NTTR that we adopted for the other hunts related to party size. Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I'll take it out for cab comment. Any cab comment on the Dream Tags? Any cab comment on Zoom? Any public comment on the Dream Tags? Any public comment on Zoom? Okay, with that, I will bring it back to the commission.
Okay, if there's not any further discussion, I will go ahead and make a motion to approve Commission Regulation 23-09, 2023 Dream Tag as presented with the noted change to exclude the units, seasons designated for depredation and management hunts, and the changes to the back portion as to mirror the changes made earlier with the Nevada Test and Training Range. Is that clear enough? Clear as mud? Okay.
Okay, we got a motion by Commissioner East, second by Commissioner Keel. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. Okay. Okay, motion carries 7-1 with Commissioner Rogers absent. Okay, agenda item number 16H, Commission Regulation 23-10, 2024 Heritage Tax Seasons and Quota, Data and Technology Services Division Administrator Kimberly Munoz for possible action. The commission will consider and may take action to approve the 2024 Heritage Tax Seasons or Species Seasons and Quota.
For the record, Kim Munoz, Data and Technology Services Division Administrator. So the department recommends no changes from the previous year's heritage tag seasons. We do note on the back that we will make that language on the NTTR consistent on the party size as with all the specialty tags. Okay. Okay. So we'd like also to strike on the back portion that Unit 282 out of there as well.
Okay. So one monkey wrench that kind of rolled in my brain that I was mulling this over is, obviously this year, just from what I'm understanding from the department and what's proposed, we're not gonna have a Silver State California tag this year because of our tag numbers are gonna go way down. So next year, we're also gonna lose the Dream tag. We're not gonna, from what I'm understanding, we're not gonna have 50 California Bighorn tags next year, so we won't have a Dream tag next year. So I guess one item for consideration is, this is for the 2024 season, is if we pull I'm just throwing it out there as an option, we pull the California Bighorn tag out of the Heritage tag, and we actually next year plan on putting it in as a Silver State tag. And I quizzed the department yesterday. This year, or 2022, I think we brought in excess of $170,000 with the Silver State applications, and we sold the tag for 50 something, I think, 55, I believe. So if you put it in the Silver State option, you're offering it to the public, and you have the potential there. I don't think we've ever sold a California tag for $176,000. I don't think we will anytime soon. So I just wanted to throw it out there, bring it up for discussion, and see what everybody else thinks. I didn't really want to throw a monkey wrench in, but I did. Because now this is the time if we wanted to make that decision where we could.
So you're proposing to pull the California tag out and put it into the Silver State?
Yes, and we wouldn't see that tag anywhere today. We would see it next year at this meeting, the Silver State.
Okay.
But because if we put it in here today on the Heritage program, it's there for next year.
Right.
So I just wanted to throw it out.
Okay. And are our Rocky Mountain elk, are we going to be able to do 2 tags next year for Rocky Mountains?
For elk? Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking
Yeah.
sheep. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's been a long day. Okay. Okay. All right, I'm okay with that.
So are you concerned about the other, the indirect stuff, like, what this tag, if it was at a function, do you think it's you're going to know this better than I would. Do you think it's bringing more people in that are spending more money on raffles? Is that something to consider?
In my opinion, no. I have some friends that'll probably lynch me for proposing this today, to be honest with you. But I'm just looking at the program. The Silver State dollars go into the same program, correct? And just to maximize the benefit to Nevada, right? I think you can make more money on that one tag in the Silver State program. That's my thoughts, at least. I wanted to throw it out for everybody. And I kind of sprung it on the department too, but maybe see what the department thinks as well about that. But
Yeah, so for the record, Kim Munoz, when I pulled the numbers yesterday, it was $171,000 is what brought in 2022 on that particular tag in Silver State.
And that money's specific to California?
Specific.
Specific to just the one species?
Correct.
Yeah, wow.
Commissioner Barnes.
I'm good with your proposal.
Can I ask a question, please?
Go ahead.
What's the purpose for getting rid of this California Bighorn tag there? Why did you bring that up now when we have organizations that, don't they sell that?
Yeah, so for this year, we're already set, right?
Okay,
So
yeah.
this is for 2024.
Okay.
So this would be setting everything up for next year.
And are those organizations that utilize that for their event, are they aware of this? Have you heard?
No, but they haven't even submitted we haven't approved their proposals yet, or I don't even know if they've submitted them yet for 2024.
You won't see
Their
those
proposals
until
for
May.
next year haven't even come in yet. So the organizations would be well aware of the fact that prior to even submitting their applications, that this would be no longer on the table for the heritage tags.
For this year?
Yeah. Mike Cox for the record. So I wanted clarification on which specialty tags are for each species this year.
So I believe we dropped the, last year we had a Silver State, 2022, we had a Silver State Cali tag. That's the one that went for 171. This year for 2023, we dropped it. And I was told we dropped it specifically for the decline in the population, that we couldn't, we did not believe that we could support that many specialty tags.
Now, is it based on the previous year's quota? Is there any link to that?
The Dream tag is, right? So
is.
this year, from what I'm hearing, the Cali tags are gonna go way down this year. We'll lose the Dream tag next year. It's gone. Per statute, it's gone, for sure, yes.
This year. Mhm.
And I suppose I could have brought this up to everybody sooner, but it actually popped in my brain yesterday, so. Yeah. Go ahead, Alan.
So I was doing a little homework why I was kind of aware this was going to come up. And in looking at, the Nevada Revised Statute 502-250, it says, we may not exceed 15 big game tags between Heritage and Silver State. So what I've added up that's proposed here and Silver State would equal 13. So we would be below any number where we would be of concern. So with the caveat of once we hit 50, you can only do so much with California Bighorn, or it wouldn't be available. But what I look at right now is in that NRS, and I did supply to the legal expert that's much more important than me, but I think we're good.
Any additional questions or comments? Commissioner Wise?
I'll be interested to hear if there's any comments from anybody regarding this, but I like where you're going with it. I think the idea that we can generate much more revenue in one area than another is a great reason to propose and potentially move that, so.
All right, I will take this out for cab comment. Any cab comment on the 2024 Wildlife Heritage Tags in Reno? Seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom? No. Any public comment in Reno? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? Okay, with that, I will bring it back to the commission. If there's no comment, being I was the crazy one that brought it up, I guess I'll. So I'm going to make the motion to approve Commission Regulation 23-10, 2024 Wildlife Heritage Tag as presented, with the noted change that we are going to strike the California Bighorn Sheep Heritage Tag with the intent of putting that in the Silver State program next year, and that we are also going to modify the language in relation to the NTTR. Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Rogers absent. Okay, so agenda item number 15I, Commission Regulation 23-11, 2023 Partnership in Wildlife Tags, Data and Technology Services Division Administrator Kimberly Munoz for possible action. The Commission will consider and may take action to approve the 2023 Partnership in Wildlife Tag hunt species, seasons, and quota.
For the record, Kim Munoz, Data and Technology Services Division Administrator. The department recommends no changes from the prior year's partner and wildlife tag species and quotas. We would, again, on this tag, like to add in the language underneath the species table there to exclude units and seasons designated for depredation and management type hunts. And then on the back, we will make the language in line with the NTTR from prior conversations.
Okay, any questions or comments? Seeing none, any cab comment in Reno on the PIW tags? Seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom? Any public comment in Reno?
Sean Shea, Washoe County. I was going to go here first because I see in the Silver State, which, hold on, let me get through this, is there's a mountain goat offer. We used to have a PIW mountain goat, and we got rid of that. So I'm just curious why we'd go to Silver State before we went back to the PIW on a mountain goat. What? When? Yeah, we used to. I had the first one. I had the first one. 1800s? It was a long time ago. We got rid of them when the population went down. So I was just curious why we had a Silver State and just didn't bring the PIW. Just for clarification.
Any additional public comment in Reno? Any public comment on Zoom? I would imagine, Kim, we're just going to offer up one of those tags, and it was the department decided to put it in Silver State in lieu of PIW. I would imagine that's kind of the.
We put it in Silver State's my understanding because we were taking the California ram out of there and we
Yeah.
replaced that with the mountain goat.
For next year. Okay, any additional commission questions or comments?
If there's no further discussion, I will move to approve Commission Regulation 23-11, 2023 Partnership and Wildlife Tags with the noted change to add the disclaimer at the bottom under the table to read excludes unit seasons designated for depredation management hunts, and to clean up the information on the back with respect to the NTTR. I think that was it, yeah. Do I have a second?
No, you're good. So we got a motion by Commissioner East, seconded by Commissioner Barnes. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Rogers absent. It's getting late in the day. Agenda item 15J, Commission Regulation 23-12, 2023 Silver State Tags. Data and Technology Services Division Administrator Kimberly Munoz for possible action. The commission will consider and may take action to approve the 2023 Silver State Tag seasons, species, seasons, and quota.
For the record, Kim Munoz, Data and Technology Services Division Administrator. The department anticipates a drop in the quota for the bighorn, California bighorn sheep, and recommends replacing the Silver State California bighorn sheep with a Silver State mountain goat tag. Besides that, there are no other changes from the prior year's Silver State tag species quotas. We would also just note on the back on the NTTR, we'll make that language consistent, removing 282 and adding in the party restrictions.
All right, any questions? Seeing none, any cab comment on the Silver State tags in Reno? Any cab comment on Zoom? Any public comment in Reno? Public comment on Zoom? Okay, with that, we'll bring it back to the commission. Mr. Janay.
So just to make sure, because we were using, as Kim represented there, she was using her previous support material. So we want to make sure that you capture the change that you represented bringing over from.
Well, my intent's that for next year, right?
Oh, okay.
It's for, so
I'm
that
lost there.
we'll
Thank
reflect,
you.
yes, we'll
Good
reflect
deal.
that
Thank
next
you.
year.
I just wanted to be clear.
Yep, yep.
No further discussion? Okay. I move to approve Commission Regulation 23-12, 2023 Silver State tags as presented by the department with the noted changes on the back to the NTTR.
Motion by Commissioner East, second by Commissioner Barnes. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Rogers absent. Okay, agenda item number 16, future commission meetings and commission committee assignments. Secretary Alan Janay and Chairman Tommy Cavilla for possible action. The next commission meeting will be held in Las Vegas at the Clark County Government Center and is scheduled for March 10th and 11th, 2023. The commission will review and discuss potential agenda items for that meeting. The commission may change the date, time, and meeting location at this time. The chairman may designate and adjust committee assignments and add or dissolve committees as necessary at this time. Any anticipated committee meetings that may occur prior to the next commission meeting may also be discussed. I think one item here we need to clean up with the department too that we discussed last time was the summer meeting, like in August or September. I don't know if you guys have a date yet, Alan, or
We were going to come forward with that at that time and discuss, we can look at our agenda or topics where we stand at that time and whether or not we could possibly merge, and then also look at those dates.
Okay.
And see what works best. We were currently looking at the 18th and 19th in Fallon to merge, I believe, to the August 18th and 19th.
okay, yeah, we could finalize that.
Yep.
In March.
Just to make people aware and look at your calendars.
And then, as mentioned yesterday, I guess kind of with the governor's executive order, we're still play it by ear, I guess, until we hear back from them as far as how we're gonna proceed with, if we need to formulate a committee and respond to that executive order as well.
Yes, I have that on my list and probably if you were going to consider a committee meeting, if you wanted to do that in March, to consider the 10 regulations as far as cleanup, but
Correct.
also we'll be considering how to address and deal with that guidance out of the executive order relative to the commission regulations, which we will see waterfowl seasons and limits come forward at that next meeting as well.
And then I believe we are gonna have a wildlife damage management committee meeting prior to that. I don't know if we really have any other committees. Oh, legislative, yep, those two prior to that March meeting. And then I am going to, Commissioner Booth, and I've discussed it with him, I am going to seat him. He'll replace Commissioner Perini on the TAC committee and also the Wildlife Damage Management Committee. And then I will also sit him on the Kirch Award Committee as well. So those will be his 3 committee assignments.
And I also have, we'll look at the agenda, but if we have the ability, we will bring back Heritage Grant Policy 11, as well as Commission Policy 23 on predation management. And then, as mentioned in the earlier on the hunts, was add the emergency big game hunt back in as an agenda item to be approved at the next meeting. That's all
Okay.
I have.
I don't have anything else either. I don't think we need to take action on anything on that one. So with that, we'll go to agenda item number 17, public comment period. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Any public comment in Reno?
Chrissy Pope, Nye County Cab. My apologies this morning. I was sleeping at 8 o'clock this morning when we all got up here and talked about elk. The Nye County Cab did request that if we close down the wilderness cow hunt, if we could bring to the table and maybe look at the regulation and reword the depredation hunt to either sex. We do know that there are problems. Right now, we're able to manage that herd in Area 251. If we don't take advantage of that, we're going to have elk on the test range, which we already have because we're hearing about it in Tonopah. So right now, we're able to manage it with closing that cow hunt, which we've already done. Maybe just in the future, if we can look at that depredation and maybe change it to either sex. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sean Shea, Washoe County. I was hoping you guys can look at maybe that edible portion on a bear is really confusing, and it's one thing says another thing. If maybe both those can just get lined, so it probably needs to be cleared up. Specialist. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment in Reno? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? All right, with that, we are adjourned, or in recess, I guess, till March.